इसका 7वां मिशन होगा। इस साल की शुरुआत में SSLV के सफल प्रमोशन से शुरुआत कर LVM3 के 2 प्रमोशन, GSLV Mark II का 1 और PSLV के 2 सफल प्रमोशन हो चुके हैं। यह PSLV का वर्तमान वर्ष में तीसरा मिशन है।
All stations stand by for the time mark. T-1 minute and counting. -55 seconds.
All subs are armed.
-50 seconds.
All sequencers armed.
तो हमारे साथ बने रहिए। अब 40 सेकंड पर
-40 seconds.
प्रमोशन किया
PS2
जाएगा।
VSPP open.
-35 seconds. -30 seconds.
Real-time programs activated.
-25 seconds.
PS2 VSPP open.
-20 seconds.
PS on ignition RMS arm.
-15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. +5 seconds.
Lift off normal.
P1 tracking.
PT tracking.
Magnificent lift-off of PSLV C-57 with Aditya L1 on board.
+15 seconds.
PSLV C-57 का सफल उत्थापन और इसके साथ
+20 seconds.
प्रथम भारतीय सौर अंतरिक्ष यान निकल चुका है सूर्य के
Plus
तेज से
25
विज्ञान को प्रकाश करने।
Air lead strap on ignited.
इसके साथ ही
Plus
एक और
30
कदम
seconds.
है अंतर्ग्रहीय सफर में भारत की उपस्थिति सिद्ध करने का। आप देख रहे हैं PSLV C-57 प्रथम चरण पूरी तरह सामान्य।
The rocket flying forth, following nominal trajectory and developing nominal thrust. The bright fumes against a clear midday sky.
Engine main auto.
A rocket launch is more than just a sight to behold.
First
The
stage
roaring
performance
sound and the
normal.
vibrations that we can feel
First
here,
stage main
adding
auto.
to this, the thrill are just amazing. Ground-lit and air-lit strap-ons operating together with the first stage S-139.
Ground lead strap on separated.
जैसा कि निर्धारित है ग्राउंड लेड स्ट्रैप ऑन को
First
सेपरेट कर
stage
दिया गया है
performance normal.
और प्रथम चरण का निष्पादन सामान्य है। इस घटनाक्रम में अगला एयर लेड स्ट्रैप ऑन को यान से पृथक कर दिया जाएगा।
Air lead strap on separated.
जी हाँ, इसकी भी पुष्टि हो गई है। स्ट्रैप ऑन को सफलतापूर्वक पृथक कर दिया गया है।
We are 100 seconds past the launch time. The ground-lit and air-lit strap-ons have been separated. S-139 motor still thrusting.
S-139
First stage
110
separated.
सेकंड के प्रज्वलन
Second
काल के
stage
पश्चात
engine
उसे
started.
भी
Closed
पृथक
loop
कर दिया गया
guidance
है।
initiated.
+2 minutes.
द्वितीय चरण जो कि तरल नोदक पर आधारित चरण है, इसका प्रज्वलन शुरू हो चुका है और वर्तमान में प्रणोद
Second
उत्पन्न
stage
कर रहा है।
performance normal.
The launch vehicle is at an altitude of 73 kilometers. First stage has been separated. Second stage has begun its operation and the closed loop guidance has been initiated. According to the announcement by Range Operations Director, PS2 is developing nominal thrust.
PS2 41 टन के तरल नोदक पर आधारित चरण है। इसमें विकास इंजन द्वारा 800 किलो न्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न होता है और इसका प्रज्वलन काल लगभग 150 सेकंड का होगा।
Shar and Port Blair tracking stations presently acquiring signals. Flight path closely matching the prediction.
+3 minutes.
वर्तमान में यान क्लोज लूप गाइडेंस के अंतर्गत है।
Second stage performance normal.
यान की ऊंचाई 106 किलोमीटर तथा सापेक्ष गति 3 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड।
The velocity addition in PS2 regime is going to be from 2 kilometers per second to 4.9 kilometers per second.
Payload fairing separated.
The payload fairing covering the Aditya L1 spacecraft has been separated. The current altitude of the launch vehicle is 118 kilometers. Relative velocity exceeding 3.8 kilometers per second.
जी हाँ, यान अब घने वातावरण से बाहर जा चुका है, इसलिए ऊष्मा कवच की ज़रूरत नहीं रह जाती है और इस कारण इसे
Plus
यान
4
से
minutes.
पृथक कर दिया जाता है.
Second stage performance normal.
द्वितीय चरण वर्तमान में प्रणोद उत्पन्न करता हुआ और यान पूरी तरह सामान्य प्रदर्शन करता हुआ अपने अनुमानित पथ की ओर बढ़ रहा है.
Second stage separated, third stage ignited.
द्वितीय चरण को भी सफलतापूर्वक यान से पृथक कर दिया गया है उसके
Third
प्रज्वलन
stage
काल समाप्त होने
performance
पर.
normal.
और तृतीय चरण जो कि ठोस नोदक पर आधारित चरण है, इसका प्रज्वलन शुरू हो चुका है.
We are close to 5 minutes past the launch time. Presently, the third stage of PSLV is operational, developing nominal thrust.
Plus 5 minutes.
तृतीय चरण में 7.6 टन के ठोस नोदक का प्रयोग होता है और इसका प्रज्वलन काल 117.7 सेकंड का होगा. इस दौरान यह 240 किलोन्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न करेगा. वर्तमान में यान की ऊंचाई 134
Third
किलोमीटर
stage performance
तथा
normal.
सापेक्ष गति 5.96 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड. जैसा कि हम जानते हैं PSLV सबसे विश्वसनीय रॉकेट रहा है इसरो का, वैसा ही प्रदर्शन करता हुआ एक और मिशन PSLV C57 का.
For the present mission, after PS3 completes
Plus
its
6
burn
minutes.
duration, a coast phase of 200 seconds will follow, in which the rocket will continue to be steered while there is no development of thrust.
जी हाँ, अभी कुछ ही क्षणों में
Third
PS3
stage
का
action completed.
प्रज्वलन काल समाप्त हो चुका है और कोस्टिंग फेज इसके बाद जारी रहेगा.
Vehicle in combined hosting for approximately 200 seconds.
Unique to this mission, the
Vehicle
PS4
performance normal.
will start twice at predesignated times
Plus
and
7
duration.
minutes.
The multiple start capability of PS4 will be utilized very aptly to achieve the argument of perigee of 346.6 degrees, which is very crucial for this mission. The commencement and duration of PS4 burns enable achieving this orbital parameter. Argument of perigee is the angle that is made by the perigee point from the ascending node at equatorial plane. AOP exceeding 300 degrees is helpful in mission planning to achieve halo orbit around L1 with minimal propellant expenditure.
सभी वैज्ञानिक गहनता से अध्ययन करते हुए इन आंकड़ों का, जो कि ग्राउंड स्टेशन द्वारा प्रसारित
Plus
किए
8
जा रहे
minutes.
हैं. वर्तमान में PS3 PS4 कंबाइंड कोस्टिंग फेज जारी है. यान की ऊंचाई 170 किलोमीटर तथा सापेक्ष गति 7.32 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड है.
Vehicle performance normal.
Plus 9 minutes.
Speaking a few words about the Aditya L1, describing the sun, Indian Vedas have said, Yesha Bhagavan Manirakasha Mandalasya Chakravarti Khechara Chakrasya Deepako Brahmanda Bhandasya Asayeva Charkarti Bharvati Jarhati Jagat. This mighty jewel, the light of eastern sky, who generates, operates and destroys the universe, while the energy of sun, after having filtered by the atmosphere, is available for the sustenance of earth, the explosive phenomena in sun and the solar flares are a cause for concern to the spacecraft and human space missions. The vantage point for such observations is a place in between the sun and earth.
Third stage separated.
Now we have a successful separation event of the third stage of
Separated
PSLV.
hosting. It is approximately 900 seconds.
Plus 10 minutes.
जी हाँ, तृतीय चरण को सफलतापूर्वक
Still
पृथक कर दिया
performance
गया है
normal.
और अब PS4 कोस्टिंग फेज पर है। इस दौरान कोई भी प्रणोद उत्पन्न नहीं हो रहा है। यान प्राप्त संवेग से आगे बढ़ता हुआ और निर्धारित पथ का अनुकरण करता हुआ जा रहा है।
We are 627 seconds from the launch. For another 600 more seconds or so, we will be getting tracking data from the BIAX ground station.
यह कोस्टिंग फेज लगभग 900 सेकंड का होगा। इस दौरान हम आपको कुछ जानकारी देते हैं। लैग्रेंज पॉइंट से जुड़ी कुछ रोचक तथ्य भी हैं, जैसे कि इस पॉइंट का नाम एक इटालियन फ्रेंच गणितज्ञ जोसेफ लुइग लैग्रेंज के सम्मान में रखा गया था। उन्होंने 1972 में इसे अपनी तकनीकी प्रपत्र जनरल 3 बॉडी प्रॉब्लम में वर्णित किया है, लेकिन इससे पहले भी 3 पॉइंट L1, L2 और L3 को खोजने का श्रेय स्विस गणितज्ञ लेनार्ड आयलर को जाता है। L1 पॉइंट पर नासा ने पहले ही सोलर एंड हेलियोस्फेरिक ऑब्जर्वेटरी सोहो को पहुंचा चुका है और विश्व प्रसिद्ध जेम्स वेब टेलीस्कोप को L2 लैग्रेंज पॉइंट पर स्थापित किया गया है। L1 की पृथ्वी से सूर्य की दिशा में दूरी लगभग 15 लाख किलोमीटर है और इसे हम एस्ट्रोनॉमिकल यूनिट में 0.01 एस्ट्रोनॉमिकल यूनिट कह सकते हैं। यह पृथ्वी से सूरज की दूरी का केवल 1% है।
The vantage point for observing sun is a place in between the sun and earth where direct visibility exists to the sun while continuous communication link exists with the earth. These observations will generate a forewarning about disturbances in near earth space environment which could pose danger to the communication systems and spacecrafts. Various thermal and magnetic phenomena on the sun are of extreme nature, which cannot be replicated in labs. The best way is to observe the sun up close. The distance between the Earth and Sun is approximately 150 million kilometers. At the central region of the Sun, known as core, the temperature can reach as high as 15 million degrees Celsius. Power source for the Sun is nuclear fusion of hydrogen atoms that takes place in the core. The visible surface of Sun is relatively cool and has a temperature of about 5,500 degrees Celsius. The Aditya L1 spacecraft is planned to be placed in a halo orbit around the Lagrangian point
Vehicle
1
performance
or
normal.
L1 of the Sun-Earth system, which is about 1.5 million kilometers from Earth, roughly 1% of the distance to Sun. A halo orbit is a periodic three-dimensional orbit near the Lagrange point in the three-body problem of orbital mechanism. The object in this orbit stays in place by the gravity of Earth and Sun. It requires little energy for station keeping. Several probes have been placed in space to observe the Sun by various space agencies. Lagrange's point L1 is a great location for solar explorers such as Aditya L1, as it allows for an unobstructed view of the Sun that is never eclipsed by Earth. At L1, Aditya L1 will join spacecraft such as ESA-NASA's Solar Heliospheric Observatory or SOHO, which has been at L1 since 1996.
लैग्रांज पॉइंट एक ऐसी जगह है अंतरिक्ष में जहां अगर कोई चीज़ पहुंचती है तो वह वहीं बनी रहती है, क्योंकि लैग्रांज पॉइंट पर दो बड़े द्रव्यमानों का गुरुत्वाकर्षण खिंचाव बराबर हो जाता है और इसमें एक अभिकेंद्रीय बल है कि जो कि पिंड को दोनों द्रव्यमान के साथ बनाए रखता है। ऐसे 5 लैग्रेंजियन पॉइंट्स होते हैं पृथ्वी और सूर्य के बीच। इन पॉइंट्स में अंतरिक्ष यान को भेजकर कम से कम ईंधन की खपत पर या उस स्थान पर अंतरिक्ष प्रयोगों को अध्ययन के लिए बनाए रखा जा सकता है। आदित्य L1 उपग्रह को भी ऐसे ही लैग्रांज पॉइंट 1 पर स्थापित किया जा रहा है। अंतरिक्ष यान को यहां तक पहुंचने में 125 दिन का समय लगेगा। इस लैग्रेंजियन पॉइंट्स के कुछ फ़ायदे होते हैं, जैसे हम यहाँ आदित्य L1 के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं तो यह अंतरिक्ष यान लैग्रेंजियन पॉइंट 1 के पास जाएगा और यहाँ ऐसा पॉइंट है जहाँ से सूर्य को बिना किसी ग्रहण या रुकावट के निरंतर देखा जा सकेगा और अध्ययन किया जा सकेगा। दूसरा फायदा यह कि विभिन्न मापन या विश्लेषणों के लिए किसी भी तरह की रुकावट या कमी नहीं आएगी। वायु न होने की वजह से इससे दूर तक स्पष्ट देखा जा सकेगा। लैग्रेंज पॉइंट पर इस वेधशाला को रखने का मुख्य कारण यह भी है कि यहाँ उपग्रह लगभग स्थिर रहेगा और उपग्रह के अभिवृद्धि नियंत्रण के लिए अधिक ईंधन की आवश्यकता नहीं होगी। वर्तमान में PS4 चरण का कोस्टिंग फेज जारी है। अब यान की ऊंचाई 280 किलोमीटर तथा सापेक्ष गति 7.18 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड है। अब यह उचित अभिवृद्धि प्राप्त कर पुनः प्रज्वलित किया जाएगा।
Vehicle performance normal.
The Aditya L1 spacecraft carries 7 payloads to observe the protosphere, chromosphere and corona, which is the outermost layer of the Sun. These payloads use electromagnetic, particle and magnetic field detectors. First among the 4 remote sensing payloads is Visible Emission Line Chronograph, VELC, which is a prime payload designed as a reflective coronagraph with a multi-slit spectrograph. This payload is developed jointly by Indian Institute of Astrophysics, Laboratory of Electro-Optical Systems, UR Rao Satellite Center, ISRO Inertial Systems Unit and Space Applications Center. The second payload is Solar Low Energy X-ray Spectrometer or SOLEX, designed to measure the solar soft X-ray flux to study solar flares. This payload is developed by UR Rao Satellite Center. Third payload is the Solar Earth Ultraviolet Imaging Telescope Suite, which is a UV telescope to image the solar disk in the near ultraviolet wavelength range. The payload is developed by Inter-University Center for Astronomy and Astrophysics, Pune, LEOS, URSE and IISU. The fourth payload is High Energy L1 Orbiting X-ray Spectrometer or HELIOS, developed by URSE is a hard X-ray spectrometer designed to study solar flares in high-energy X-rays. The fifth payload is the one which is meant for in-situ observations. This is Aditya Solar Wind Particle Experiment, or otherwise called as ASPEX, which comprises of spectrometers to measure low-energy particles and high-energy ions. This payload is developed by Physical Research Laboratory. The sixth payload is Plasma Analyzer Package for Aditya, in short, PAPA. It is designed to understand the solar winds and its composition and perform mass analysis of solar winds. This payload is developed by Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. The seventh payload is a magnetometer or MAG developed by LEOS, which will measure the low intensity interplanetary magnetic field in space using a pair of magnetic sensors.
जी हाँ, आदित्य L1 उपग्रह में नितभार के बारे में जानते हुए इसमें सुदूर संवेदन नितभार हैं और यथास्थिति प्रेक्षण नितभार लगे हुए हैं। सुदूर संवेदन नितभार में सूर्य का प्रेक्षण करने के लिए
Plus 20
VELC
minutes.
कोरोना प्रतिबिंबन और वर्णक्रम मापन के लिए है। सोलर अल्ट्रावायलेट इमेजिंग टेलीस्कोप जो कि संकीर्ण और ब्रॉडबैंड फ्रीक्वेंसी में फोटोस्फीयर और क्रोमोस्फीयर प्रतिबिंबन यह पैराबैंगनी प्रतिबिंबन टेलीस्कोप है। इसी क्रम में अगला है SOLEX सोलर लो एनर्जी एक्सरे स्पेक्ट्रोमीटर जो कि सॉफ्ट एक्सरे वर्णक्रम मापी है जो कि सूर्य के प्रेक्षण के लिए प्रयोग किया जाएगा। इसमें HEL1OX हाई एनर्जी L1 ऑर्बिटिंग एक्सरे स्पेक्ट्रोमीटर है जो कि हार्ड एक्सरे वर्णक्रम मापी है। इसकी अभिकल्पना सोलर फ्लेयर के अध्ययन के लिए की गई है। यथास्थिति नितभार में आदित्य सोलर विंड पार्टिकल एक्सपेरिमेंट, इसका उद्देश्य है सोलर पवन सौर पवन में भारी आयंस, प्रोटॉन्स और अल्फा पार्टिकल का विश्लेषण करना। अगला है प्लाज्मा एनालाइजर पैकेज फॉर आदित्य। यह भी सौर पवन में उपस्थित कणों में इलेक्ट्रॉन और भारी आयंस की दिशा के साथ विश्लेषण करने के लिए इसे बनाया गया है। एडवांस ट्राइएक्सियल हाई रेजोल्यूशन डिजिटल मैग्नेटोमीटर, इसे त्रिअक्षीय चुंबकीय क्षेत्र के यथास्थिति मापन करने के लिए बनाया गया है और ऐसे 2 समुच्चय लगे हुए हैं इस उपग्रह में।
Vehicle performance normal.
यान पूरी तरह सामान्य, सभी तंत्र सामान्य रूप से कार्य कर रहे हैं और यान अपनी उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर बढ़ रहा है। आदित्य L1 के नितभार इसरो व अन्य वैज्ञानिक संस्थानों के साथ मिलकर तैयार किए गए हैं। विजिबल एमिशन लाइन क्रोनोग्राफ VELC इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स बेंगलुरु द्वारा तैयार किया गया है। सोलर अल्ट्रावायलेट इमेजिंग टेलीस्कोप सूट इंटर यूनिवर्सिटी सेंटर फॉर एस्ट्रोनॉमी एंड एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स पुणे द्वारा निर्मित है। सोलेक्स और हेलियोस दोनों ही UR सैटेलाइट सेंटर बेंगलुरु द्वारा निर्मित किए गए हैं। ASPX और PAPA स्पेस फिजिक्स लेबोरेटरी VSSC तिरुवनंतपुरम द्वारा निर्मित किए गए हैं। और अंत में मैग्नेटोमीटर लेबोरेटरी फॉर इलेक्ट्रो ऑप्टिक्स सिस्टम्स बेंगलुरु द्वारा निर्मित किया गया है। यह कोस्ट फेज जारी रहने वाला है। आइए इस अंतराल में आपको लिए चलते हैं इस मिशन से जुड़ी चर्चा में, जहां वरिष्ठ वैज्ञानिक हमारे प्रश्नों के उत्तर देंगे और फिर इस चर्चा के बाद हम वापस आएंगे लाइव इवेंट्स में।
As we are in the low visibility region of the flight path, we take you to the discussion room where the key personnel connected with the Aditya L1 will enlighten more on the payloads and details. Over to discussion room.
Welcome viewers. After India has made history with the Chandrayaan-3 moon launch, it has now set its eyes on the sun. These scientific breakthroughs back to back are like feathers on our country's hat.
range operation
In
director,
fact, these celestial
as per
bodies
telemetry
are
station
very
requirement for
important and are considered as
loss of
sacred
signal
bodies
for
in
biodistribution
multiple
now.
global religions.
Vehicle is now
The
in
sun is the
non-visibility
central
period.
body of our solar system.
non-visibility period
The
is
world revolves
approximately
around it
50
and it is a source of energy
non-visibility
for all
period,
planets including the
post-stage ban
Earth.
won't happen
Today
over
I am
the period
joined
of
by
next
all the
25
scientists who have
During this
played behind the
non-visibility period,
scenes to make
ground
this
truth
project a
and
grand
staff will be
success.
updated by
And I am
operators
Srinidhi
on the
reaching
video
out to you from the
Flight
Satish
parameters
Dhawan
will
Space
not be
Center,
updated. All stations,
Sriharikota.
executives and visitors
And
are
today we'll be
requested to in
discussing
position.
about the impact and the benefits of the Aditya L1 space mission. So today we are joined by Dr. Anil Bharadwaj, Director of PRL, Professor Annapurni Subramanian, Director of Indian Institute of Astrophysics, Dr. Sankara Subramanian, Principal Scientist of Aditya L1 mission, Dr. Durgesh Tripati, PI of SCYT, Dr. Dipankar Banerjee, Director of IRIS, Nainital, Dr. Satish Tampi, PI of PAPA,
Plus 25 minutes.
and Dr. Vipin K. Yadav, PI of Magnetometer, joining us today for a 25-minute fireside chat on the sidelines of Aditya L1 launch. To start with the Principal Scientist and PI of SOLEX, Dr. Sankara Subramaniam, why is Aditya L1 mission so important and what are the objectives of this mission?
Thanks a lot. I mean, first of all, let me thank ISRO as well as the Government of India for providing a great opportunity for the solar and heliophysics community of the country. Both solar, heliophysics as well as astronomy thrives on data. More the data you have, we get more understanding about the system. And sun is our own star, our dearmost star, so understanding them is much more important for our everyday life. So this mission, Aditya, when it was conceived initially, with a support from our Professor U.R. Rao, along with Dr. Srikumar and Professor G. Srinivasan, we made sure that we will have a unique data set which is not available from any other missions internationally. So the 7 payloads, what was conceived for this particular mission, will provide a unique set of data which is currently not available from any other missions, which will provide us new insight into the solar and heliophysics community in India and provides some important aspects like the initiation of the coronal mass ejections, the speed at which it gets initiated, and some wave bands which are very important for the Earth ionospheric connections like near ultraviolet band, and the high energy particles, which is high energy radiations as well as particles which is coming from the solar flares and coronal mass ejections. So these are the informations which would be available from this particular mission, which will allow us to understand the sun, its dynamics, as well as the inner heliosphere, which is an important element for the current day technology, as well as the space weather aspects of it.
Thank you so much for your remarks, sir. So now we'll move on to Dr. Anil Bharadwaj. So the sun is a very important energy source of life. Having understood that, it creates a trouble when it's angry. How does Aditya L1 helps us through the mission?
Thank you and good morning, viewers. First of all, let me tell you that Aditya L1 is a multi-wavelength, multi-instrument and multi-directional mission. Multi-wavelength because it works in X-rays, UV and visible. Multi-instrument because there are 7 experiments on board. And multi-directional because it looks not only in the sun direction but also around it. Now when the sun becomes angry, there are 2 types of process which happens. One is solar flares, that means electromagnetic radiation, which reaches the earth in 8 minutes. But along with that, there is a mass which is also ejected out in form of plasma, and that can take about 2 to 4 days to reach the earth. What we are looking for from the Aditya L1 mission is to see the impact of solar flares as well as coronal mass ejections as they comes to the Earth. We have instruments which look at not only in the sun direction, but also in other directions, for example, perpendicular to ecliptic or in the Earth directions. The impact is that we need to see when the sun becomes quite angry, what are the ways in which it is affecting the planet Earth, and L1 point being at point L1, which is just 1% away from the Earth, it is able to provide us a lot of new informations of the plasma and the electromagnetic radiations which is reaching the planet Earth.
Thank you so much, sir. So now we'll move on to Dr. Annapurni Subramaniam. So the science behind this mission is very unique. So what's the impact of this on the Earth and also on the heliosphere?
Yeah, so thank you for having me on this show. To put the thing in context, I'm the director of Indian Institute of Astrophysics, and we have delivered one of the major payloads on this mission. This is the visible emission line coronagraph. So if you actually look at the words used in it, it is visible because it is seeing the sun and the visible wavelength. Emission line, so what is it detecting? It is the emission line of certain elements. Because the corona is hot, the emission which you get is in the terms of, it's not absorbing the light which is coming from the sun, but it's already hot, so it is coming down by emitting lines. So we are tracking these lines using what? A coronagraph. Now what is a coronagraph? This instrument makes a total solar eclipse all the time within the instrument. So you are looking at the sun all the time, 24/7 through using this mission. And this instrument looks at the sun as though it is always in total solar eclipse. Now, why you want to have the eclipse all the time? Because you want to see the corona. Why corona? Because when sun burps, when sun is angry, the corona is what it takes the matter away. Now, what is unique about this instrument? This is going to see the corona as close as possible from the disk of the sun. Now, what is so challenging about it? It is because the sun's corona is 1,000,000 times fainter than the disk of the sun. So you have to not see the disk of the sun, but see only the corona. So this instrument is very difficult to make, challenging, but it is made. Now it's going to the orbit. Now what we plan to study using this instrument is the corona, its dynamics. Through this emission line, you can actually measure the velocity by simple physics called Doppler effect. So you can measure the velocity, you can measure how much matter is moving, and eventually how that matter will come to the Earth and the heliosphere. So it's overall this instrument, along with the others, of course, the other PI will also be explaining about it. So these holistically will give you a lot of information regarding not only the sun, but also the heliosphere. Thank you.
That was very interesting, Doctor. Thank you very much. And now we'll move on to Durgesh Tripathi, Dr. Durgesh Tripathi. You are the PI of the for the payload suit. How is that different from other telescopes like Hubble or James Webb? And what are you going to investigate using this?
Yeah, so good afternoon. My voice is going to mumble because I'm still in the awe of the launch, and one of the payload is gone there. So essentially, JWST, which is James Webb Telescope, and the Hubble Telescope, they are going to look at the universe, different objects, galaxies, star formation, and other objects you see in the universe. Whereas when we talk about Aditya L1, it is going to look at one particular object, which is our sun. And it's also kept on the other side of the Sun-Earth line at the L1 point, whereas the James Webb Telescope went on the other side of the Earth, which is at the L2 point. Now, the scientific difference, of course, they also observe in ultraviolet, but Aditya, as Professor Anil Bharadwaj and also Professor Annapurni Subramanian alluded to, these are multi-wavelength satellite, and they will be observing all across the electromagnetic spectrum. In particular, suit is going to be looking at the ultraviolet radiation in 2000 to 4000 angstrom, if that matters to you, emits from the lower and the middle atmosphere of the sun. And what we want to look at that how in general the sun's atmosphere is coupled by looking at the observations at various height, and how actually this radiation is coming and getting absorbed in the Earth's atmosphere, and what kind of effect it can have in the chemistry of ozone and oxygen, for example, and also these explosions which are happening, how much radiation they are creating, and how much effect it might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And now we move on to Dr. Satish Thampi. You are connected with the payload Papa. Already the plasma particles on the moon are analyzed. How do you analyze plasma particles in the sun? And what is the importance of solar winds and how does it impact?
Thank you. Thank you for giving opportunity to come into this show. As my colleagues, they mentioned actually about the sun. Today we have the auspicious day where actually we are going to our own star, that is the sun. Just I want to tell to the viewers that actually the sun, which is our hero, basically in the solar system. If you look into the mass of the solar system, 99% of the mass of the solar system is occupied by sun. And also, this sun is plasma. Now, when we are talking about the heliosphere, actually, with this, all our planets are engulfed in that thing. You know, we have been studying in decades, maybe in centuries, we have been studying about the sun. But what we are lacking actually a comprehensive approach, because sun is giving its energy mainly in three forms. The first one is the radiation, actually my colleagues already talked about, which we can do remotely from our ground. But the plasma, basically we are talking about the solar wind, what we call the space plasma, as well as the magnetic field. This can be only studied by in situ. If we study all these radiation, particles and field, then only we will get a full comprehensive understanding of the sun. Now, we are getting the first space-based observatory from the Indian soil, and we are making this opportunity. And of course, I am thankful to ISRO and all my colleagues and my teammates from VSSC and all my scientific colleagues here. This is the opportunity we got actually. We are trying to understand actually all the three things: radiation, particles, and field. Already they mentioned about the radiation. Now, Dr. Bivin will be talking about field. Just I want to emphasize on the particles. That's why we named it as PAPA. PAPA means Plasma Analyzer Package for Aditya. This is developed by Space Physics Laboratory in support of Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. And now this instrument has two components. If you look at the solar wind, basically it comprises of 95% protons, then alpha particles roughly around 4 to 5%, then equal number of electrons also. So our PAPA is a comprehensive package measuring both ions and the electrons. Now these electrons, like already our colleagues, they mentioned actually the major transition events like coronal mass ejection. That's a huge mass which is coming out of sun. Basically it's a plasma. Basically when we are talking about solar and basically nothing but it's the extension of the corona only. That must have. Now these particles actually, they only actually modulate the energy and momentum of the planetary atmospheres. See, when the sun is quiet, like it is not aggressive, sun is what we are getting the ambient solar wind. So if you look into that thing actually, that one actually gives what we call about the interactions, what we call the normal routine phenomenon which is happening on there. But when there is sun is angry, it gives like in a CME, CAR, or this sort of events are happening, that is really going to affect our planets. That's what we call the space weather. Now our intention is to understand, first of all, actually what these effects, basically the solar wind, in the ambient condition as well as during this transition events, how this solar wind behaves, and also how this coronal mass ejections which is passing through different planets, how actually, what are the different things, like what we call about the microphysics, macrophysics, and the mesophysics of that things, that we want to understand. So one thing is actually it's a physics subjective to understand, because we are getting an ideal point, Lagrangian point, which is in the sun-earth plane, and we will be seeing the events exactly there. Second thing is actually, we can definitely monitor the parameters. Like what actually Papa will measure electrons and ions, we will be getting energy, direction, and angular information, mass information. So if we know these things related to electrons, electrons we don't want the mass, but for the ions we are getting the mass information. Coupling all this information, actually what we can do is we can derive the plasma moments. That will be definitely going to the modeling part, actually dynamics part, and that will definitely going to tell about the effect of the space weather effects.
Yes.
So in due course, actually, with the L1, in addition to other L5 missions, we will be able to tell. This is the importance of the plasma missions.
Yes.
That actually, as you mentioned, actually earlier with the lunar mission we achieved, we tried to understand that thing. Really, it changed, this plasma studies changed the perspective of the moon. Now Aditya will give more detail about it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that, sir. And now we move on to Dr. Dipankar Banerjee. So, you manage the beautiful solar observatory at Nainital. How do you think the studies of heliophysics will supplement Aditya L1? Can you tell us something about the history of solar observatories in India?
That's right. India has a long tradition of looking at the sun from the ground. In fact, from Kodaikanal Observatory, we have been observing the sun for more than 100 years. And also we have beautiful, solar observatory at Udaipur, in the lakeside, and at Nainital. We are looking at the sun. But there are limitations of looking at the sun from the ground because you can only see the lower atmosphere of the sun. So this was very, very important that we could go to the space. And this is a fantastic opportunity. Originally, more than 10 years back, we were only looking at a small satellite program. And then Professor U.R. Rao suddenly came up with this idea, why are we taking baby steps? We should think big. We should go to much longer distance. And then this opportunity came in, the Lagrangian 1 mission, the entire country, all the scientific institution got very much highly motivated. There are multiple payloads were then proposed. So eventually now we have a Lagrangian 1 observatory class mission. And as you heard from my colleagues, that it is a multi-wavelength observatory. So that's very important to have the shorter wavelength coverage from the space. And in addition, the ground-based observations are also important. So a combination of the ground-based telescope and the space-based platform is very, very important. And since you asked about the question about the, how Aditya in the overall heliophysics research within the international scenario, we only have 3 spacecraft around Lagrangian 1 point, primarily from NASA and ESA. So I think, again, this is a fantastic achievement from India. If you could reach L1 with the full observatory class mission, it will really open a new window altogether. So I think this is a great opportunity, and we are all looking forward. And as I mentioned, probably we'll request that, a better ground-based facility. We have already projected a National Large Solar Telescope project from the ground. I think this is now high time we have a very nice ground-based telescope also to complement the capabilities of Aditya L1.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, it's a very great opportunity. And now we move on to Dr. Vipin K. Yadav. So you're in charge of the magnetometer. What is the contribution of magnetometer to Aditya program?
You see, the magnetic field measurements are very crucial in space, and especially at L1 point. What we are going to measure with magnetometer is the interplanetary magnetic field that is coming all the way from Sun and towards the Earth. So typically these values at L1 point are around 5 to 10 nanotesla. But these values increases whenever there is an extreme solar event, such as the coronal mass ejection or say a solar magnetic storms. Now these events are crucial to monitor the near Earth space weather, because these can have an effect on the life on Earth. If you remember Quebec, there was an event when the power lines were snapped a few years ago. That was because of an extreme solar event. So to keep an eye on the surroundings of Earth, we need these measurements. And apart from that, for solar wind observations also, these measurements will be crucial. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So now we move on to Dr. Anuj Nandi. So what is the importance of solar flares and the impact in heliospheres? And how does Aditya L1 contribute to all of this?
Good afternoon, viewers. As my colleagues already pointed out the importance of this mission and the instruments about. So the thing is, as you know, that solar flares are the energetic and explosive energy release in few seconds to minutes time scale, and it is order of 10 to 27 arcs to 10 to 32 arcs. Now the thing is, these solar flares, why it is important, as because the solar flares actually tells the dynamics and activity in the sun. So the thing is, there are 2 unique instruments built by URAO Satellite Center that is going to cover the solar flares from 1 kV to extremely high energy, around 200 kV. And we know that visible sun is only 6000 degree Kelvin temperature, whereas the outer surface of the sun is million degree Kelvin. So the thing is, why there is disparity? So I think these 2 instruments, along with the other 2 instruments, VLC and SUIT, we are going to address this $1 million questions, as well as why there is difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And now I'd like to go back to Dr. Anil Bharadwaj. So there are many satellites that are sent to the space by other nations. So what makes Aditya L1 different from these satellites?
Well, that's a very good question, because first of all, let me again tell you that India will be the third, or ISRO will be the third space agency to have a mission at L1 point. And I just mentioned that it is multi-wavelength, multi-instrument, and multi-direction, and it measures particle, field, and radiations. So you don't have such kind of satellites existing at L1 point so far and currently. That makes Aditya L1 absolutely unique, because we are going to measure remotely, in situ, and particles and fields. I was also mentioning about multi-direction, and that is coming from the ASPECTS payload, which stands for Aditya Solar Wind Particle Experiments. And this is going to measure particles ranging from 100 EVs going to several MeVs. which is essential for us to know, because when the CMEs are happening or the sun is quite angry, the plasma which is coming out from the sun ranges from several EVs to several MeVs. And therefore, we should know in what direction the plasma is coming and whether the plasma is getting accelerated in between when it comes from sun towards earth. And therefore, there is a multi-directional information which is available from the aspects payload, because it consists of two sensors, Swiss and STEP, essentially giving you in two different energy bands. And therefore, we'll be able to quantify the CME, CIRs, and all the processes which is happening on the sun, which gives out coronal mass ejections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your remarks. And now finally we move on to the principal scientist, Dr. Sankara Subramanian. So how does the Indian science community seek to capitalize on ISRO's space capabilities, especially these observatory missions like ASTROSAT and Aditya L1?
Yeah, so now ISRO has established that it has a capability to send observatory class missions anywhere in the interplanetary medium. ISRO also is developing capability for small satellite missions like a nanosat, CubeSat, as well as the small satellite capability. And that is something which especially a heliophysics community could utilize it, because we can, at a low cost, we can launch many more such instruments which are essential for heliophysics community here in India. So, and also the bigger mission takes its own life cycle, because it requires technologies to be developed for a bigger missions. So in between these big missions, if we capitalize on these small satellite missions, and that will enhances the science capability of our country to the next level. And as you know, the science and technologies are always synergized. As the technology improves, your science improves. When I started my career in solar physics, I started with a photospheric magnetic field. Now we are in a position where we can do coronal magnetic field with Aditya L1, which was not feasible when I was doing my PhD. So similarly, as we move on and as the technology starts to improve, we would be able to generate much more capable instruments, much more compact instruments, which will enable us to do much more science than what we can currently do. So we look forward to capitalize on ISRO's capabilities, both at the large scale as well as at the small scale instruments, and also its capability for developing new technologies in the near future.
Thank you very much, sir. That was very interesting. And to end this, I have a last question to Dr. Dipankar Banerjee. And it's about what kinds of outreach is possible through this launch to energize the scientific community?
This is a very, very important question, and we are proud to be Indian now after the Chandrayaan success. I think it's just not the students, it's the entire country is excited. And we got this opportunity to now travel towards sun. So it is very important that the younger generation, comes into the research and also utilizes the data. These scientific missions are for the community, and it has to be the community driven. So some of our scientists, who have been engaged with this mission for decades, we understand what is expected to be, this data. But the younger generation, they need to be trained. And so for that reason, we also have a Aditya support cell at Nainital, and we are going around in the country. We are regularly conducting workshops. So through these workshops and training program, we really want to reach out to other, people who are particularly in the universities or IITs, because they have so far not been directly involved with the Aditya mission. So I think we are really, really going out, and we expect that the youngsters, the next generation will come and utilize this data, because the data is for the community. So unless, we have more users, we will not be able to effectively utilize the data, scientific data which is coming, and the way we can help the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
I think it is very important for us also to reach out to schools and colleges, because the younger generation should be told about this kind of activities which is happening in the country. Chandrayaan 3 launch has galvanized the whole nation, and everybody is interested to know what all is happening in the science and technology within the country. And therefore, this mission, along with the Chandrayaan 3 mission, that is the Aditya L1 mission and Chandrayaan 3 mission, is going to give us a lot of new information, which is going to be very beneficial for the country. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you everybody for participating in this discussion. And now we move on to the control room.
Thank you, Srinidhi, and I thank all the panelists for enlightening us about the high-tech science that Aditya L1 is about to do.
जी हाँ, अभी आपने सुना इसरो के तथा अन्य संस्थानों के वरिष्ठ वैज्ञानिकों ने हमारे बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सवालों के बहुत ही रोचक उत्तर दिए हैं। इस दौरान चतुर्थ चरण के बर्न 1 को कंफर्म किया गया है फिजी टेलीमेट्री स्थित स्टेशन से। इसमें यान में होने वाले त्वरण के बदलाव को मापा जाता है और इससे पता लगाया जाता है कि यान के इंजन में शुरुआत हुई थी या नहीं, और इसकी पुष्टि कर ली गई है। लेकिन अभी भी यान हमारे दृष्टि से बाहर है, हमारे ट्रैकिंग रेंज से बाहर है, लेकिन इसकी यात्रा अभी जारी है। और अब हम स्क्रीन पर देख पा रहे हैं यह पूर्वानुमानित पथ दिखाया जा रहा है। यह अनुमानित पथ है। ग्राउंड स्टेशन से पुष्टि होने के पश्चात यहाँ पर इसकी पुष्टि की जाएगी। आज 11:50 पर प्रमोचित हुए PSLV C57 रॉकेट की यात्रा अभी भी जारी है। प्रथम, द्वितीय तथा तृतीय चरण के सामान्य कार्यकाल के पश्चात इन्हें यान से पृथक कर दिया गया था। और फिर
टर्मिनल acquires telemetry signal.
जी हाँ, इसकी पुष्टि हो गई है। शिपबोर्न टर्मिनल से हमारे यान को ट्रैक कर लिया गया है।
At present, ground trace and FPD are updated based on real-time data.
अब हमारे ग्राफ को वास्तविक समय से दिखाया जा रहा है। यह वास्तविक डेटा है जो अब हम देख पा रहे हैं।
Welcome back to the live coverage of PSLV C57 Aditya L1 mission. The launch took place at 11:50 hours Indian Standard Time from the second launch pad at Satish Dhawan Space Center, Shar, Sriharikota. The first, second and third stage of the launch vehicle have performed normally, and the launch vehicle was in the no visibility range for the ground tracking stations. Shipborne terminal in Pacific Ocean has started to acquire signal 51 minutes into the flight.
अब कुछ ही क्षणों में हम चतुर्थ चरण के पुनः प्रज्वलन को देखेंगे।
In the past 26 minutes or so, the ground trace for the flight was being updated by extrapolation.
Fourth stage engine started for band 2.
यहाँ अभी अभी रेंज ऑपरेशन डायरेक्टर ने इसकी पुष्टि की। चतुर्थ चरण का प्रज्वलन शुरू हो चुका है। यह पुनः प्रज्वलन है PS4 का कोस्टिंग फेज के पश्चात। यह वास्तविक समय पे हमें यहाँ आंकड़े उपलब्ध हो रहे हैं क्रूज स्टेशन से।
Very happy
Fourth
piece of
stage
news here.
performance normal.
Range Operations Director has confirmed the second burn commencement for the PS4 stage. Around 14 more minutes to go for the spacecraft injection.
जी हाँ, अभी भी लगभग 14 मिनट बाकी हैं हमारे अंतरिक्ष यान आदित्य L1 को अंतक्षेपण के लिए। आपकी जानकारी के लिए बता दें कि इस कालावधि जब अंतरिक्ष यान या हमारा यान हमारी दृष्टि से दूर हो जाता है, इस कालावधि में ग्राउंड स्टेशन की दृष्टि से बाहर जा चुका होता है और यान के ऑन बोर्ड कंप्यूटर पर टेलीमेट्री स्टोरेज पर यान के महत्वपूर्ण आंकड़े सेव किए जाते हैं। जब यह हमारे तय ग्राउंड स्टेशन की रेंज में आते हैं तब इन आंकड़ों का प्रसारण होता है और वहां से इनकी पुष्टि की जाती है कि यान इस दौरान किन गतिविधियों से गुजरा।
Fourth stage performance normal.
The fourth stage performing normally. The second burn is expected to last for 472 seconds.
यह चतुर्थ चरण है PSLV एक्सेल रॉकेट का। इसमें 2.5 टन के नोदक का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है। यह तरल नोदक हैं। इसमें 2 इंजन लगे होते हैं, हर एक 7.33 किलो न्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न करता है। इस तरह कुल प्रणोद 14.6 किलो न्यूटन का होता है।
Plus 55 minutes.
इस प्रज्वलन काल में इसे 472 सेकंड तक प्रज्वलित रखा जाएगा। वरिष्ठ गणमान्य व्यक्ति यहाँ उपस्थित हैं।
We are close to 55 minutes 30 seconds past the launch. PS4 stage currently burning for the second time.
Fourth stage performance normal.
Intended trajectory closely matching the prediction. Presently, the shipborne terminal is acquiring the signal. Few seconds later, there will be another no visibility phase before Koru starts to acquire signal.
जी अभी द्वितीय बर्न चालू है PS4 स्टेज का। अभी कुछ 200 और सेकेंड जलकर यह शांत हो जाएगा। सूर्य एक बड़ा और हमेशा से एक समीप का सितारा रहा है हमारे लिए। असल में यह गर्म आग का गोला है जो अनगिनत हाइड्रोजन एटम्स के फ्यूजन रिएक्शन से ऊर्जा प्राप्त करता है और इस ऊर्जा से इस सौर मंडल को एक परिवार की भांति समेटे हुए है। पृथ्वी से सूर्य की दूरी लगभग 150 मिलियन किलोमीटर है। सूर्य ही हमारी ऊर्जा स्रोत है और इस जीवन जो हम जानते हैं उसका भी स्रोत है।
Loss of signal for shipborne terminal. The next telemetry station is Kuru. The telemetry signal break will be approximately 205 seconds. During this non-visibility period, ground trace and flight parameters will not be updated.
यान फिर से अंतर्दृष्टि हो चुका है, हमारे ट्रैकिंग रेंज से बाहर है। अगला ट्रैकिंग स्टेशन कुरु स्थित फ्रेंच गयाना स्थित कुरु स्टेशन से हमें आंकड़े उपलब्ध होंगे कुछ ही समय में।
After being injected into the space, the Aditya L1 will not travel directly to the L1 point. Transfer maneuvers will be performed to position the spacecraft in a halo orbit. Aditya L1 will first be made to perform maneuvers in Earth orbit. adjustments will be made in its orbital parameters. After ascertaining the normalcy of the craft, its systems, payloads, and the orbital parameters, burn to exit Earth's sphere of influence will be initiated. After exit from SOI, the cruise phase will start, and subsequently the spacecraft will be injected into a large halo orbit along L1. The total travel time from launch to L1 will take about 4 months for Aditya L1.
इस दौरान आइए आपको अवगत करा दें आदित्य L1 के मुख्य उद्देश्य से। आदित्य L1 मिशन का मुख्य उद्देश्य है सौर गतिविधियों के विभिन्न पहलुओं में महत्वपूर्ण जानकारियां उपलब्ध कराना और इन गतिविधियों का अंतरिक्ष मौसम के असर का अध्ययन करना। इस कार्य के लिए इसमें 7 भार लगे हुए हैं, जिनकी मदद से आदित्य L1 फोटोस्फीयर, क्रोमोस्फीयर और सूर्य के बाहरी परत के विभिन्न वेवलेंथ में प्रेक्षण कर सकेगा। विशेष वैज्ञानिक उद्देश्य इस प्रकार हैं: सूर्य के ऊपरी परत, जिसे हम कोरोना के नाम से जानते हैं, इसके गतिकी का अध्ययन करना। क्रोमोस्फीयर और कोरोनल तापमान, आंशिक रूप से आयनिक प्लाज्मा की भौतिकी, कोरोनल मास इजेक्शन की शुरुआत और फ्लेयर्स का अध्ययन। सूर्य के कण की गतिशीलता के अध्ययन के लिए आंकड़े प्रदान करना और यथास्थिति कण और प्लाज्मा वातावरण के प्रेक्षण करना।
+1 hour.
वर्तमान में आरओडी ने घोषणा की अब चतुर्थ चरण को बंद कर दिया गया है, अब उसका थ्रस्ट कट ऑफ कर दिया गया है और वह बंद हो चुका है और इसकी भी पुष्टि हो चुकी है कि आदित्य L1 के अंतःक्षेपण की स्थितियां प्राप्त की जा चुकी हैं।
We are now eagerly awaiting the injection of the satellite, as we have the confirmation from the Range Operations Director that the thrust cutoff for 4th stage of PSLV has been achieved. We are 1 hour into the flight.
कुछ ही क्षणों में क्रूज स्थित ग्राउंड स्टेशन से इसकी पुष्टि की जाएगी।
Highly anticipated event next is the separation event of Aditya L1 spacecraft.
यान अपने निर्धारित कक्षा की ओर कुछ ही क्षणों में इसकी पुष्टि होनी बाकी है। यान से अंतरिक्ष यान आदित्य L1 का सफलतापूर्ण अंतःक्षेपण अभी बाकी है।
For Aditya L1, ISRO has developed advanced flight dynamic software to obtain past trajectory data from tracking, apply mathematical computation to calculate present and future location of the spacecraft in a process known as orbit determination. But the correct orbital parameters at the time of injection are of prime importance.
अब तक कुल 22 सौर मिशनों को नासा, ईसा, जर्मन
Aditya L1 satellite separated.
और जिसका इंतजार था वह पल आ चुका है, इसकी पुष्टि कर दी गई है। आदित्य L1
Aditya L1 mission accomplished. Handing over to mission director.
And we have a confirmation of Aditya L1 separation. The mission has been accomplished.
John.
C57 has injected Aditya L1 satellite into the desired intermediate orbit. PSLV C57 Aditya L1 mission is accomplished.
आदित्य L1 को पूर्ण परिशुद्धता से इसके निर्धारित कक्षा में स्थापित कर दिया गया है। इसके बाद वह अपने आगे की सफर जारी रखेगा L1 पॉइंट के लिए।
Do join us for the address by Chairman ISRO Secretary Department of Space Shri S. Somnath.
सभी दर्शकों को शुभकामनाएं और बधाइयां इस मिशन की सफलता के लिए। अब हम आपको लिए चलते हैं अध्यक्ष महोदय के एड्रेसिंग के लिए।
Congratulations. The Aditya L1 spacecraft has been injected in an elliptical orbit of 235 by 19,500 kilometers, which is intended very precisely by the PSLV, very unique mission mode here, with the upper stage of the PSLV taking 2 burn sequence for injecting the primary satellite for the first time. So I want to congratulate PSLV for such a very different mission approach today to do this mission of Aditya L1 to put it in the right orbit. Now, from now, the Aditya L1 will take its journey after some Earth maneuvers. It will start its journey to the L1 point, a very long journey of almost 125 days. So let us wish all the very best to Aditya spacecraft for its long journey and being put around the halo orbit of L1. So with me, the mission executives are there. Mr. Biju, the mission director, and Nigar Shahji, the director of the satellite project. So let them join me. Our Honorable Minister of State for Science, Technology and Space is here, Dr. Jitendra Singh. So I request him to speak a few words.
Congratulations, India. Congratulations, ISRO. And while the whole world watched this with bated breath, it is indeed a sunshine moment for India. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, for making this happen by opening up new vistas for India's space sector and telling us that sky is not the limit. Thanks also, Honorable PM, for giving us the confidence, the courage and the conviction to reach out to the stars and to discover the mysteries of universe beyond. And thanks also for making us realize the enormous potential of our space fraternity. Ladies and gentlemen, Indian scientists had been working, toiling day and night for years and years together, but now comes the moment of vindication, the moment of redeeming the pledge to the nation. And coming close on the heels of successful Chandrayaan-3 landing, the successful launch of Aditya L1 is also a testimony to the whole of science and a whole of nation approach which we have sought to adopt in our work culture. While ISRO is credited in executing this mission, the science institutes across the country have come forward to contribute in one form or the other, in small measure or big, to this mission. To name a few, the Indian Institute of Astrophysics, Bengaluru, the National Aerospace Laboratories, the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Mumbai, the Nijri, NGRI, Nagpur, the IIT Kharagpur, IIT Madras, IIT Delhi, IIT Mumbai, and the list is too long. But that, having said that, gives me the confidence to say that this day, the 2nd of September 2023, is a day of reckoning when we move on into the next 25 years of Amrit Kal, and Mother India pledges with the collective will and collective effort of our 140 crore children to reach and occupy the place of pride on the world pedestal. Congratulations once again, Chairman Somanath, the entire ISRO team, and the entire countrymen.
May I request the Project Director of Aditya L1, Nigar Shaji, to say a few words.
Good afternoon. It's a dream come true for Team Aditya L1, and I'm extremely happy that Aditya L1 is injected in the intended orbit flawlessly by PSLV as always. And Aditya L1 solar panels are deployed, and the spacecraft will be normal. And Aditya L1 has started its 125 days of long journey towards L1. We have our Earth burns to rise the orbit, and followed by the trans L1 injection, and finally insertion into the halo orbit in the Sun-Earth Lagrange point L1. Once the Aditya is commissioned, it will be an asset to the heliophysics of the country and even to the global scientific fraternity. And I take this opportunity to thank Chairman ISRO, Director URSC, former Director URSC, and all the Center Directors for their support and guidance for making this mission possible. And my thanks are due to my project team and all the project executives across the center, payload teams, especially the teams from the IAA and IUCA, for the relentless effort in building the payload as well as the spacecraft. And my special thanks to the expert committee who have been guiding all through the entire project life cycle. And I thank all the industrial partners and the entire URSC team for their invaluable contribution. And I feel really honored and privileged to be part of this mission. And at this juncture, I would like to remember Professor U.R. Rao, who sowed the seed for this mission, and looking forward for a successful halo orbit insertion and further great science output from the Aditya L1 mission. Thank you all.
Sri Biju, the Mission Director and the Project Director of PSLV.
Good afternoon to all. My big salute to all of you for achieving this wonderful mission of Aditya. We have injected Aditya in its intermediate orbit. PSLV in its 59th mission has successfully accomplished injecting Aditya L1 in its intermediate orbit. It's all because of the dedicated effort of all of you. The challenging requirements given by satellite team was indeed very it was very challenging to meet the orbital requirements. We have gone for a new mission design strategy. We have gone through numerous simulations to validate this, and that is the proof that you are having now. I take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for achieving this wonderful mission. I take this opportunity to thank all my review forums, chairman and members of all review forums, and our industry partners for giving high reliable systems for PSLV, and all our family members. With this, our capability of PSLV has increased manifold to venture into new missions, to new and challenging missions. I take this opportunity to thank my project team led by our Sri M.J. Lal as well as Damodaran, Vehicle Director and Associate Vehicle Director, in leading the entire campaign. I wish our satellite team an excellent time ahead for completing all the operations and completing all scientific objectives they have envisaged. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you everybody for spending your time watching this mission and also supporting us and congratulating us, and we joined the entire country We are very proud of the fact that we could do this mission, Aditya L1 mission, just following the Chandrayaan-3 activities, and all of you are aware that the lander and the rover are still functioning, and our team is with the scientific instruments doing a lot of work now. And the good news is that the rover has moved almost 100 meters from the lander, and we are going to start the process of making both of them sleep in the coming 1 or 2 days, because it has to withstand the night. So until we hear about them later, so I would like to say big thanks to each one of you for the support and encouragement and blessings that you are giving to us for continuing the work of building the very strong space infrastructure and capability for India, and which will be becoming one of the strong pillars of science and technology for this nation. And thank you so much for the contributions once again, and wish you all the best for meeting you for next mission from Satish Dhawan Space Center. Thank you. Contribution from across the center, this could be done. So let me start with the Director VSSC.
Good afternoon, India. So this is the 59th mission of PSLV, and 1993 was the first mission. So this is the 30th year of PSLV. So it's PSLV is on the threshold of Shashti Purti. With the next launch, it will be making 60th launch. I wish all the very best to the satellite team, all payload specialists for the operation of the payloads and satellite in coming days. And I'm take this opportunity.
इससे पहले 23 अक्टूबर को 2022 को LVM-3 M2 OneWeb इंडिया 1 के सफल मिशन के साथ हमने OneWeb के 36 उपग्रहों को पूर्ण परिशुद्धता से उनके निर्दिष्ट कक्षा में स्थापित किया था, और आज हम पुनः LVM-3 के द्वितीय वाणिज्यिक प्रमोचन मिशन के लिए तैयार हैं। कुछ अंतिम गतिविधियों के पश्चात लॉन्च व्हीकल मार्क 3 यानी LVM-3 का प्रमोचन द्वितीय प्रमोचन मंच से किया जाएगा।
Namaskar and good morning, viewers. Welcome to the live telecast of LVM-3 M3 OneWeb India 2 mission. I am Madhuri, bringing to you the commentary in English along with my co-commentator Mr. Vikas Swarnkar, who will be giving the commentary in Hindi. We bring to you the details of launch mission from the Mission Control Center at Satish Dhawan Space Center, Shar, Sriharikota, ISRO, courtesy Doordarshan. Also, you can watch the live telecast on ISRO website, YouTube, Facebook and Twitter. Now we bring to you the integration video.
ये फ्यूचर की बस है और मैं हूँ इसका टीसी, रुकती ये कम है, इस पे चढ़ना नॉट इजी। 30 साल पहले आया था एक स्टार .com पे चढ़ने वाले मेरी टू द टॉप। अगली बार रुके जब ये काम हुआ स्टार्ट, मार्केट हुआ उसका जिसने किया ऐड टू कार्ड। यह बस ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी, बस ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी। अगला स्टॉप जेन AI स्टॉप नंबर 3, सीटें हैं खाली if you know what I mean। अरे टिकट का कितना? पास की चढ़ाओ, फ्यूचर की सजाओ। यह बस ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी।
Build future expertise today with over 25 Gen AI powered courses on Upgrad।
बस ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी।
तेलगी के बारे में सुना है ना?
तेलगी खोटा सिक्का है,
तेलगी सांप है।
तेलगी बहुत स्मार्ट है।
तेलगी पूरी रिस्क लेगा। मुझे तेलगी चाहिए।
क्या नाम था?
था नहीं मैडम, है अब्दुल करीम तेलगी।
अगर देश की अर्थव्यवस्था कुबेर का खजाना है तो स्टैम्प पेपर उसकी चाबी।
जैसे आप कायदे की भाषा समझते हो ना, वैसे मैं फायदे की भाषा समझता हूँ। सेविंग्स अकाउंट में कॉन्फिडेंस जमा करा के रखा है मैंने, कैश भी आ जाएंगे।
मुबारक हो, बाप बन गए आप। स्टैम्प पेपर फायदा हुआ है।
जिस दिन आपने सामने वाले की जरूरत समझ ली, समझ लो आपने धंधा समझ लिया।
सरकार द्वारा अधिकृत स्टैम्प पेपर्स अपराधियों के हाथ में कैसे आ सकते हैं?
दिस इज ए स्कैम। टोटल क्या है? 30,000 करोड़। अरेस्ट अब्दुल करीम तेलगी नाउ।
अभी आप भी अपना आंकड़ा बोल दो।
3।
क्या आप कुछ बोले? क्या आवाज नहीं आ रही ठीक से?
3 लाख
भिजवाता हूँ। सब में और मेरे में बहुत फर्क है। मैं खिलाड़ी हूँ।
Now this is the visual of the second vehicle assembly building where the twin S200 boosters are being prepared in their respective assembly towers. Firstly, the nozzle assembly with the nozzle end segment will take place, and then the subsequent middle and head end segments will be assembled. When the two S200 motors are fully assembled, they are transferred on to the mobile launch pedestal. Here you can see the head end segment of P plus motor. That's the igniter of S200 getting assembled. Now you can see the assembly of L110 in its respective facility, and it will be moved.
Roger.
And these are the visuals from SVAB where the L110 stage is being tilted and assembled between the booster stages.
अभी आप अपने स्क्रीन पर देख रहे हैं, यह तृतीय तथा अंतिम चरण है LVM3 का, जिसे हम क्रायो अपर स्टेज के नाम से जानते हैं। यह बहुत ही कॉम्प्लेक्स इंजन होता है, कॉम्प्लेक्स इंजन जो कि क्रायो ईंधन पर आधारित चरण है। यह अभी आप देख रहे हैं EB, जिसे इक्विपमेंट बे कहा जाता है। यह एक तरीके से दिमाग है पूरे लॉन्च व्हीकल का, और यह दृश्य है 36 वन वेब के उपग्रहों का, जिसे ऊष्मा कवच के अंदर परिरक्षित कर दिया गया है। इसे हम एनकैप्सुलेटेड असेंबली कहते हैं, और इसे बड़ी सावधानी पूर्वक व्हीकल असेंबली बिल्डिंग लाया जाएगा। अब तक एकीकृत यान जिसमें S200, L110 और क्रायो स्टेज एकीकृत कर दिए गए हैं, उसके ऊपर में उपग्रहों को समायोजित कर इसे लॉन्च पैड लाया जा रहा है। विहंगम दृश्य शार का, इसे बड़ी सावधानी पूर्वक लॉन्च पैड लाया गया, और आगे के पूरे परीक्षण तथा तरल नोदक का भराव यहां से किया जाएगा।
On your screens now, the magnificent sight of the LVM3 M3 OneWeb India mission standing at the second launch pad umbilical tower. The launch of LVM3 OneWeb India 2 mission is scheduled to take place today, the 26th of March 2023 at 9 hours 20 seconds Indian Standard Time from the second launch pad. This launch is the second commercial mission of LVM3. Earlier, on 23rd of October 2022, LVM-3 M2 had carried 36 satellites of OneWeb. Today's mission intends to place 36 more satellites of OneWeb in 450 kilometers circular orbit with an inclination of 87.4 degrees. The launch is collaborated through New Space India Limited, a public sector establishment under Department of Space. The countdown for the mission is 24 hours long and the activities are taking place unhindered.
प्रमोशन के लिए वातावरण पूरी तरह सामान्य है, मौसम खुला हुआ है, दर्शकों के लिए भी जो यहाँ आए हुए हैं उन्हें आंखों देखा अनुभव होगा, बहुत ही रोमांचक अनुभव होने वाला है। यह दर्शक दीर्घा यहाँ उपस्थित आंखों देखा अनुभव लेने के लिए बहुत भारी संख्या में यहाँ दर्शक आए हुए हैं। अपने आप में एक बहुत ही रोमांचक पल होता है एक इसरो के सबसे भारी लॉन्च व्हीकल के लिफ्ट ऑफ को देखना।
These are the visuals from the launch view gallery here at Sriharikota. More than 10,000 enthusiastic audience have joined to watch the launch live.
लोगों का उत्साह देखते ही बनता है। अब हम प्रमोशन से 22 मिनट की दूरी पर हैं। इस प्रमोशन की उल्टी गिनती 24 घंटे पहले प्रारंभ हो चुकी है और सारी गतिविधियां पूर्व निर्धारित रूप से तथा सुनियोजित तरीके से पूर्ण की जा रही हैं। अब हम प्रमोशन से 22 मिनट 19 सेकंड की दूरी पर हैं। इस दौरान यान तथा उपग्रहों को पावर ऑन कर उनकी स्वास्थ्य जांच सुनिश्चित की जा रही है। तरल नोदक का भराव कर तथा स्थिति प्राप्त कर भराव शुरू किया जा चुका है। अंतिम आवेशन के पश्चात यान पूर्णतः तैयार होगा अपने मिशन को पूरा करने के लिए। सभी वैज्ञानिक, तंत्र विशेषज्ञ, अभियंता अपने तंत्रों के स्वास्थ्य जांच कर और संतुष्ट होने पर तंत्रों की सूचना अपने तंत्र निदेशक को देंगे।
Several teams of ISRO belonging to the range, launch vehicle and tracking have worked together with the customer team of OneWeb for getting the resources ready for the launch. We are about 21 minutes away from the launch.
Noted.
क्या बात है, जम्मू में तो लोग बड़े धूमधाम से मना रहे हैं।
अरे सिर्फ यही नहीं, भारत भर उत्सव का माहौल है।
Kalyan Jewelers, celebrating 200 showrooms. Visit now for exciting offers.
इसमें और काउंटडाउन के समय कई प्रमुख तंत्रों के स्वास्थ्य जांच हो रही है। इसमें बैटरी का आवेशन, ट्रैकिंग स्टेशन से संचार जांच, मिशन कंप्यूटर, वास्तविक समय तंत्र, एकॉस्टिक सप्रेशन सिस्टम, जायरो पैकेजेस आदि की जांच संतोषजनक तरीके से पूर्ण की जा रही हैं। कुछ अंतिम जांच के पश्चात ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस शुरू किया जाएगा।
ROD Roger.
RSO to ROD. Range safety systems are ready for the launch of LVM-3 OneWeb India 2 mission.
ROD Roger.
CNC to TCC Director. All ISTEC network stations confirm readiness to support real-time launch of LVM-3 OneWeb India 2 mission.
TTC Director Roger.
You can start drawing. Minus 20 minutes. Request all stations change over to channel 2.
Has started data storage.
Even number 453, 454, 461, 466 completed.
The launch vehicle is ready with all its systems being in the final level of readiness. All the propellants have been serviced. Batteries have been charged.
Please change over to channel 2. This is vehicle director. Based on the vehicle system performance, vehicle is ready for the launch of LV-M3 OneWeb India 2 mission.
Mission Director Roger.
Satellite Director calling Mission Director. All satellite systems are ready for launch.
Mission Director Roger.
Forwarded to Mission Director. Range is ready for LV-M3 OneWeb India 2 launch.
Minus 19 minutes.
Mission Director Roger.
TTC Director to Mission Director. TTC Director confirms readiness of all participating TTC stations and network for supporting LV-M3 OneWeb India 2 mission.
Mission Director Roger. Mission Director hereby authorize the launch of LV-M3 OneWeb India 2 mission based on the clearances of MRR and Launch Authorization Board, based on the confirmation of readiness of vehicle systems, spacecraft, range and TTC network systems by respective mission executives and prevailing favorable weather conditions. Mission Director hereby authorize for the launch operation sequence of LV-M3 OneWeb India 2 mission for the launch today, that is 26th March 2023 at 9 hours 20 seconds Indian Standard Time.
All stations to note, Mission Director has given authorization for launch.
The Launch Authorization Board had reviewed the readiness of all the technical systems and amenability of weather to give the go-ahead for the commencement of countdown. You have just watched on your TV screens
Pre-launch operations on C-25 stage.
Shri S. Mohana Kumar, Mission Director LV-M3 giving clearance for the initiation of launch, automatic launch sequence, based on which the initiation has been commenced.
अभी अभी आपने देखा कि इस ट्रैक निदेशक, उपग्रह निदेशक, यान निदेशक तथा रेंज निदेशक, टेलीमेट्रिक ट्रैकिंग एंड कमांड निदेशक ने अपने तंत्रों के स्वास्थ्य जांच की जानकारी मिशन निदेशक को दे दी है और उसके बाद मिशन निदेशक ने लॉन्च की अनुमति प्रदान की। तत्पश्चात यान निदेशक ने ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस शुरू कर दिया है। इसके बाद यान स्वचालित हो जाता है और पूरा नियंत्रण ऑन बोर्ड कंप्यूटर के पास चला जाता है।
Timed concert of critical activities have been carried out in the past 24 hours of countdown. 14.5 minutes ahead of the launch, automatic launch sequence is initiated, which is a capsule of the most essential confirmations regarding the launch vehicle and the spacecraft systems.
Minus 16 minutes.
This is Vehicle Director. Vehicle Director authorizes ALSC to proceed with the automatic launch sequence for the launch of LV-M3 OneWeb India 2 mission.
ALSC Roger.
SDA servers activated. MC confirmed reception of SHAR-1 and SHAR-2 data.
अब ऑन बोर्ड कंप्यूटर ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस के अंतर्गत है।
Automatic
इस दौरान
launch
वह
sequence
आंतरिक
initiated
जांच
for
कर
LV-M3 OneWeb India 2 mission.
खुद ही स्वास्थ्य जांच करेगा प्रमोचन यान की तथा सब कुछ संतोषजनक होने पर प्रज्वलन का कमांड देगा। सतीश धवन अंतरिक्ष केंद्र पर पूरी व्यवस्था बनाई गई है विजिटर्स गैलरी के लिए, जहां पर ऑनलाइन रजिस्ट्रेशन के बाद यहां दर्शक आकर आंखों देखा अनुभव ले सकते हैं। अब हम प्रमोचन से 14 मिनट 47 सेकंड की दूरी पर हैं।
70 bar Fiber to cryom linkage is given.
We are 14 minutes away from the launch.
इस मिशन का मुख्य उद्देश्य है OneWeb द्वारा निर्मित 36 उपग्रहों को 450 किलोमीटर की निम्न भू-वृत्ताकार कक्षा में 87.4 डिग्री के झुकाव के साथ स्थापित करना।
Minus
अब
14
तक
minutes.
OneWeb के कुल 588 उपग्रह उनकी निर्धारित कक्षा में स्थापित किए जा चुके हैं। इस मिशन के पश्चात अंतिम 36 उपग्रहों के साथ OneWeb के उपग्रहों का प्रथम पीढ़ी के नक्षत्र पूर्णतः सक्षम होंगे पृथ्वी के दूरस्थ इलाकों में इंटरनेट सेवाएं प्रदान करने के लिए। अब दर्शकों के लिए प्रस्तुत है एक कर्टेन रेजर वीडियो।
क्या लेगा?
लोन लूंगा। तुझे विटनेस के लिए लाया हूं। जाओ तो पूछता है जा रहा है, आओ तो पूछता है आ गया, तो जो दिख रहा है वो भी बता दे। ये टेबल है, वो एसी है, बाहर धूप है, लेकिन बारिश हो सकती है, क्या पता। अरे मेरे जिगरी दोस्त को ये नहीं पता कि उसका जिगरी दोस्त क्या लेगा। मैं ना मैक आलू टिक्की, चीजी फ्राइज, कोल्ड ड्रिंक और मैकपफ का टैटू भी बना लूं ना, तो भी तू पूछेगा क्या लेगा। आप ना जी मेरे नाम का मील ही बना दो और उसका एड भी बना दो और उसमें बड़े बड़े शब्दों में लिख दो कार्तिक आर्यन मील, और मैं खाते खाते बोल भी दूंगा आई एम लविंग इट, और मैं गाना भी गा दूंगा।
LVM-3M3 is ISRO's heaviest launcher, standing high at the SDSC Shar. It is all set to launch the second batch of 36 commercial satellites of OneWeb. The first batch of 36 satellites was launched in October 2022 by LVM-3M2 launch vehicle. The OneWeb Gen 1 is a 150 kilogram satellite, and the constellation comprises of 648 individual satellites, 588 active satellites equally divided among 12 planes, operate at an altitude of about 1,200 kilometers.
Minus 12 minutes.
The vehicle will place the satellites in a low Earth orbit. With this launch, OneWeb will complete the first generation of OneWeb constellation and shall initiate the global coverage in 2023. It will bring high-speed, low-latency secured solutions to enterprises, along with towns, villages, municipalities and schools, including the hardest-to-reach areas across the country. OneWeb has collaborated with New Space India Limited, NSIL, the commercial arm of Indian Space Research Organization, for this launch. NSIL has arranged with OneWeb to launch 72 satellites in 2 phases. LVM-3 has established itself as a reliable and robust launch vehicle of ISRO. This is for the second time that LVM-3 will launch multiple satellites into low Earth orbit. It has the heaviest payload mass till date. With this launch, the LVM-3 shall substantiate its position in the international commercial launch services market and reach newer heights.
We are about 10.5 minutes away from the launch, and as we await the launch of LVM-3M3 OneWeb India 2 mission, let me briefly explain the mission's flight events. The gigantic twin S-200 strap-on boosters will simultaneously fire at T0 or the exact time of liftoff, providing the thrust for liftoff, and they continue till 138 seconds. The core L-110 liquid stage, powered by hypergolic liquid propellant, ignites 111 seconds into the flight when the rocket is at an altitude of 43 kilometers and having acquired a relative velocity of 1.2 kilometers per second. The S-200 strap-on boosters are jettisoned 138 seconds into the flight. The next two flight events happen at quick succession when the rocket would have negotiated the dense atmosphere. They are the separation of payload fairing, as the aerodynamic shape of the rocket is no longer important, and the other event is the initiation of closed-loop guidance. The L-110 core stage that would have provided thrust to negotiate the trajectory for close to 200 seconds completes its burn and separates at 308 seconds into the flight, while the rocket would have acquired 244 kilometers altitude. The cryogenic upper stage C-25 is ignited 2 seconds later and burns for 632 seconds, adding 204 kilometers to the altitude and a remarkable 4.3 kilometers per second to the relative velocity. After the cryo stage is shut off at 942 seconds into the flight, there is no significant change in the altitude, but the 36 passenger satellites of OneWeb India 2 and 9 batches of 4 numbers each, while the cryo stage reorients and adds velocity for subsequent batches of satellites. There is going to be a gap of 30 and 800 seconds alternately for each batch of OneWeb satellite separation. The separation mechanism for the satellites is part of the satellite dispenser.
अब हम प्रमोशन से 7 मिनट 46 सेकंड की दूरी पर इस प्रमोशन का घटनाक्रम कुछ इस प्रकार होगा। जैसा कि हम पहले बता चुके हैं, यह यान त्रिचरणीय यान है। इन चरणों को क्रमानुसार प्रज्वलित कर यथा समय पृथक कर निश्चित कक्षा प्राप्त की जाएगी। इस मिशन का पूरा कार्यकाल 75 मिनट का होगा। यह सबसे ज़्यादा समय वाला प्रमोशन मिशन है। सर्वप्रथम T0 पर S-200 बूस्टर्स, दोनों S-200 बूस्टर को प्रज्वलित किया जाएगा। इनका प्रज्वलन काल 120 सेकंड का होगा। तत्पश्चात L-110 चरण का प्रज्वलन किया जाएगा T+111 सेकंड्स पर। इसके लगभग 10 सेकंड के पश्चात L-110 और दोनों S-200 बूस्टर प्रज्वलित रहेंगे। तत्पश्चात S-200 बूस्टर्स को यान से पृथक कर दिया जाएगा।
मुझे ना मुंबई जाना है, राइटर बनना है। इंजीनियरिंग छोड़ के फिल्में लिखोगे?
यार वरुण, कहानी तो तुम्हारी अच्छी है। एक काम करो, इसको बनारस के बजाय मुंबई का बना दो।
सॉरी सर, छोटे शहर की कहानी बड़ा शहर नहीं बोल पाएगा।
चलो आओ, तुम्हारी फिल्म बना दो।
अभियान लगभग प्रमोशन से 187 सेकंड पर आकर जब 115 किलोमीटर की ऊंचाई प्राप्त कर चुका होगा, तब वह घने वातावरण से बाहर जा चुका होगा और तब पेलोड फेयरिंग को यान से पृथक कर दिया जाएगा। इसके बाद T+308 सेकंड्स पर L-110 चरण को, जो कि दूसरा चरण है यान का, उसे यान से पृथक कर दिया जाएगा।
-6 minutes.
L-110 के पृथक होने के तुरंत बाद C-25 यानी क्रायो अपर स्टेज का प्रज्वलन होगा। और यह T+9 42 सेकेंड्स यानी करीब 640 सेकेंड तक जलकर शांत हो जाएगा। इस दौरान यान अपने प्रथम अंतःक्षेपण की स्थितियां प्राप्त कर चुका होगा। इस यान में 36 उपग्रह अपनी कक्षा के लिए सफर कर रहे हैं और उन्हें क्रमबद्ध तरीके से 9 बार में उनकी निर्दिष्ट कक्षा में स्थापित किया जाएगा। इस दौरान क्रायो स्टेज को पुनः दिशा तथा अभिवृत्ति में बदलाव कर निर्धारित कक्षाओं में उपग्रहों को प्रमोचित किया जाएगा। चूंकि यह प्रमोशन मिशन बहुत लंबा है, इस दौरान यान हमारे ट्रैकिंग रेंज से बाहर चला जाएगा, लेकिन कुछ समय बाद वह पृथ्वी के चक्कर लगाकर हमारी ट्रैकिंग रेंज पर पुनः उपस्थित होगा और तब हम सभी उपग्रहों के अंतःक्षेपण की पुष्टि करेंगे। अब हम प्रमोशन से 4 मिनट 35 सेकंड की दूरी पर हैं। पूरे तंत्र सामान्य स्वास्थ्य जांच में सामान्य है।
The sheer size and the enormous thrust to be generated at the liftoff necessitates some special systems for the GSLV launch pad when it takes off. One such system being acoustic suppression system.
-4 minutes.
At the time of liftoff, the twin S-200 boosters generate enormous acoustic and then which have a potential to damage the electronics in launch vehicle. As a part of acoustic suppression system, huge quantities of water is injected onto the launch pedestal to provide denser medium of water droplets to attenuate the liftoff acoustics.
Onboard computer in flight mode.
-3 minutes.
इस प्रमोशन मिशन के पश्चात 36 उपग्रहों के साथ वनवेब के उपग्रहों के प्रथम नक्षत्र पूर्णतः तैयार हो जाएगा और पृथ्वी के दूरस्थ इलाकों पर इंटरनेट सेवाएं प्रदान करने में सक्षम होगा। इस प्रमोशन में भी पहले की तरह 9 चरण हैं, जिसमें 36 उपग्रहों को उनकी कक्षा में स्थापित किया जाना है। एक चरण में 4 उपग्रह प्रमोचित किए जाएंगे, क्रमशः 8 चरणों में तथा 75 मिनट में यह पूरा मिशन पूरा किया जाएगा। इसमें उपग्रहों का कुल भार 5804 kg है। हर एक उपग्रह करीब 150 kg का भार है। अब हम प्रमोशन से 2 मिनट की दूरी पर।
Visuals from the launch complex, the launch pad on your screens now.
कुछ अंतिम गतिविधियां जारी हैं, जिसके पश्चात 1 मिनट 24 सेकंड पर दोनों S-200 सॉलिड बूस्टर्स को प्रज्वलित किया जाएगा। यह LVM की 6वीं उड़ान होगी। इससे पहले 5 उड़ानें सफलतापूर्ण पूरी की गई हैं।
-1 minute.
Excitement and seriousness simultaneously building up.
Seconds.
All subs are.
Minus 50 seconds.
Model ready.
All sequences are.
Minus 45 seconds. Minus 40 seconds.
L110 VHPP open.
Minus
And
30
30 seconds to go.
Real-time programs activated.
Minus 25 seconds.
L110 VSPP open.
Minus 20 seconds. Minus 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Plus 5 seconds.
Lift off normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff, 640 tons of powerhouse searing through the sky. A magnificent sight indeed.
जी हाँ, सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन LVM-3 M3 प्रमोचन यान का आकाश में गर्जना करता हुआ यह सबसे भारी रॉकेट है इसरो का।
First stage performance normal.
Here from the mission control center we can feel the vibrations of the launch.
दोनों S200 बूस्टर्स सामान्य निष्पादन करते हुए और यान अपनी उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर।
Generating a peak thrust of 5,952 kilonewtons in vacuum with the S200 motors thrusting currently.
S200 मोटर जो कि ठोस नोदक पर आधारित चरण है, इसका एक मोटर का प्रणोदक करीब 200 टन का होता है। इस दौरान यह कुल 12,000 किलो न्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न कर इस यान को लिफ्ट ऑफ प्रदान करता है और यह करीब 136 सेकंड्स तक चलकर यान से पृथक कर दिया जाएगा।
The trajectory during the atmospheric regime is to have least angle of attack with respect to wind so that the launch vehicle structures experience lesser loads. The S200s are 26 meters long and 3.2 meters in diameter, carrying 202.6 tons of propellant.
अब कोर चरण L110 चरण का प्रज्वलन शुरू हो चुका है।
The core L110 and the two S200 boosters all thrusting currently.
अब कुछ ही सेकंड्स में हम देखेंगे S200 का पृथक्करण।
200 stages are separated.
जी हाँ, S200 बूस्टर्स को सेपरेट कर दिया गया है तथा L110 या चरण प्रज्वलित है और यान को उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर ले जा रहा है।
On your TV screens, the visuals from the onboard camera showing the separation event of the S200 boosters. The L110 core stage alone currently thrusting.
S200 बूस्टर्स को जेटिसनिंग मोटर का प्रयोग कर बड़ी सावधानी से यान से अलग कर दिया जाता है। L110 जो कि तरल नोदक पर आधारित चरण है, वर्तमान में प्रज्वलित है।
Payload fairing separated. Slope guidance initiated.
Shar, Bangalore and Trivandrum ground stations are currently tracking and the two major flight events have been completed. The separation of payload fairing and the initiation of closed loop guidance.
यान की ऊंचाई 142 किलोमीटर। अब यह वातावरण से बाहर जा चुका है, इसलिए ऊष्मा कवच को पृथक कर दिया गया है। यान पूरी तरह सामान्य निष्पादन करता हुआ अब यान क्लोज लूप गाइडेंस के अंतर्गत है, यानी सेंसर्स की मदद से वह स्वयं का दिशा निर्धारण कर रहा है।
Current altitude 163 kilometers.
Plus 4 minutes.
The L110 stage is powered by twin Vikas engines. The total burn time is close to 200 seconds.
यान पूर्णतः अपेक्षित पथ को अनुकरण करता हुआ जा रहा है।
Cryo stage is authorized.
कुछ ही सेकंड्स में हम देखेंगे L110 चरण का प्रज्वलन समाप्त हो जाएगा और तत्पश्चात L110 को यान से पृथक कर दिया जाएगा।
L110 stage thrust cut off and separated. C25 ignition commanded. C25 ignition confirmed.
Several pieces of good news for the flight events. L110 has completed its operation nominally and separated from the ongoing launch vehicle. The C25 cryogenic engine has started its operation.
L110 चरण को सफलतापूर्वक पृथक कर दिया गया है और अंतिम चरण जो कि C25 क्रायोजेनिक इंजन है उसका सफलतापूर्वक प्रज्वलन शुरू हो चुका है और वर्तमान में वह प्रणोद उत्पन्न कर यान को उद्देश्य कक्षा की ओर ले जा रहा है।
+6 minutes.
इसका प्रज्वलन काल करीब 640 सेकंड का होगा। तत्पश्चात कक्षा की स्थितियां प्राप्त कर ली जाएंगी और अंतःक्षेपण किया जाएगा।
28.55 tons of propellant loading of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen.
तृतीय तथा अंतिम चरण LVM3 का क्रायोजेनिक ईंधन LH2 तथा लिक्विड ऑक्सीजन पर आधारित है। यह चरण बहुत ही जटिल C20 इंजन से बना होता है। इसमें लगभग 25 टन का क्रायोजेनिक ईंधन होता है। इस चरण का प्रज्वलन L110 चरण के बंद होने के तुरंत बाद किया गया है। यह चरण कुल 200 किलो न्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न कर यान को उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर ले जा रहा है।
The advantage of having cryo stage as upper stage is the high specific impulse of the propellant combination.
Cryo stage performance normal.
Having high specific impulse roughly means a lesser quantity of fuel being able to impart higher delta V or the velocity addition to the ongoing stage.
+8 minutes.
हर एक चरण के तंत्र विशेषज्ञ पूरी तरह रोमांचित रहते हैं जब उनका तंत्र पूर्ण निष्पादन कर यान को उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर ले जाता है। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं यान अपेक्षित पथ का अनुकरण करता हुआ जा रहा है।
Shah, Trivandrum and Bengaluru ground stations tracking in the meantime. The tracking of the LVM-3 OneWeb India 2 mission is carried out through a network of ground stations of ISRO Telemetry, Tracking and Command Network, ISTRAC, along the flight path. The trajectory and separation events are ascertained through the ground stations. For this mission, Sriharikota, Bengaluru, Trivandrum, Antarctica, Savalbird and Lucknow ground stations are participating.
+9 minutes.
To cater to the visibility between the Trivandrum and Antarctica ground station limits, a shipborne terminal is deployed to importantly view the cryostage operational regime and the separation of first and second batch
Cryostage
of
performance
satellites.
normal.
For this particular mission, for about 43 minutes after the injection of the fourth batch of satellites, the rocket goes out of the coverage of ground tracking stations. In the meantime, the data of the inertial navigation system is stored on board, and when the next ground station, Blurred, is starting to acquire the data, the confirmation of separation events and exact time and injection parameters of the separation events are telemetered.
OneWeb समूह का यह न्यू स्पेस इंडिया लिमिटेड के साथ वाणिज्यिक समझौते के अंतर्गत यह दूसरा प्रमोशन मिशन है। इस समझौते के तहत 72 उपग्रहों को निम्न भूकक्षा में स्थापित किया जाना है, जिसमें से 36 उपग्रह LVM-3 M2 OneWeb इंडिया 1 मिशन के साथ उद्दिष्ट कक्षा में स्थापित किए जा चुके हैं और आज OneWeb इंडिया 2 मिशन में अगले 36 उपग्रहों को प्रमोचित किया जा रहा है। यह OneWeb कंपनी के लिए 18वां प्रमोशन है। इससे पहले कुल 588 उपग्रह अन्य प्रमोशन यान से पहले ही भेजे जा चुके हैं। इस मिशन की सफलता के पश्चात OneWeb कंपनी प्रथम निम्न भूकक्षा वाले उपग्रहों के नक्षत्र का निर्माण पूरा हो जाएगा और इसके साथ ही OneWeb उच्च गति कम विलंब वाली वैश्विक संचार सेवाएं प्रदान करने में सक्षम होगा। इसमें विश्व स्तर पर समुदाय, उद्यम, सरकारों को जोड़ने का यह सर्वप्रथम प्रदर्शन कर पाएंगे। न सिर्फ उद्यम बल्कि छोटे कस्बे, गांव, म्यूनिसिपैलिटी तथा स्कूल जैसी सुविधाएं जो कि दुर्गम से दुर्गम स्थानों पर हैं, उन्हें जोड़ा जा सकेगा। यह मिशन न सिर्फ OneWeb के लिए बल्कि भारत के लिए भी एक महत्वपूर्ण मील का पत्थर साबित होगा।
As we were mentioning earlier, the present mission is the second mission of OneWeb with ISRO in collaboration with New Space India Limited. The previous mission with LVM-3 M2 was the 14th mission for OneWeb and first with ISRO. The 36 satellites had then been placed in 601 km circular orbit, while for the present mission, the intended orbit is 450 km circular. Correspondingly, the relative velocity requirement at the time of injection is higher compared to the previous mission. The present mission LVM-3 M3 OneWeb India 2 is the 18th launch mission for OneWeb.
वर्तमान में तृतीय
क्रायोस्टेज परफॉर्मेंस नॉर्मल
और अंतिम चरण प्रज्वलित है और सामान्य प्रदर्शन कर रहा है। अब हम उड़ान से 760 सेकंड आगे आ चुके हैं। वर्तमान में यान की ऊंचाई 465 किलोमीटर तथा सापेक्ष गति 5.7 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड है।
Plus 13 minutes.
OneWeb is a global communications network powered from space, enabling connectivity for governments, businesses, and communities. OneWeb Gen 1 satellite constellation comprises of 648 individual satellites which are placed in low Earth orbit. India's Bharti Enterprises serves as a major investor and shareholder in OneWeb. As we told, this is OneWeb's 18th launch, its third this year.
यान पूरी तरह अपेक्षित पथ का अनुकरण करता हुआ और यह दर्शाता है कि इसरो किस गुणवत्ता से किस विश्वसनीयता से
14 minutes.
यह तंत्र का विकास कर इनका निर्माण किया जाता है और इनका निष्पादन पूरी तरह अपेक्षित।
Cryo stage performance normal.
तृतीय चरण सामान्य निष्पादन करता हुआ अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर जा रहा है।
For the present mission, the total burn time of C-25 is 632 seconds.
Plus 15 minutes.
We are 15 minutes past the launch time. Cryogenic upper stage currently thrusting.
तृतीय चरण C-25 सामान्य निष्पादन करता हुआ आगे बढ़ रहा है। यह इंजन इतना जटिल है और भारत इसमें पूर्ण स्वायत्ता प्राप्त कर चुका है। अभी अभी पुष्टि हुई, C-25 इंजन को शट ऑफ कर दिया गया है, बंद कर दिया गया है।
The C-25 stage thrust has been cut off, and now we are awaiting the correct injection parameters for the separation of the first and second batch of satellites.
Plus 16 minutes.
प्रथम चरण के 4 उपग्रहों की कक्षीय स्थितियां कुछ इस प्रकार होंगी। इसकी ऊंचाई 455.5 किलोमीटर के करीब और सापेक्ष गति 7.63 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की होगी।
Today's launch will bring the total number of satellites in the constellation to 618. A major milestone will be achieved with the number of satellites now in orbit, enabling the global service.
इसके पहले 2 मीटिंग
OneWeb will become the first LEO operator to reach this milestone of being ready to roll out its global coverage.
वर्तमान में तृतीय चरण
Injection conditions are achieved.
अपनी उचित अभिवृत्ति प्राप्त करता हुआ और कक्षीय स्थितियां प्राप्त कर रहा है। कुछ ही क्षणों में हम देखेंगे प्रथम समूह के 4 उपग्रहों का प्रमोचन।
Cryo stage orienting itself for the separation event of the first batch of satellites, namely 1K, 3K, 5K and 7K. 30 seconds from then, the second batch of satellites, namely 2A, 4A, 6A and 8A will be separated.
Plus 18 minutes.
न सिर्फ इसरो के बल्कि OneWeb कंपनी के सभी लोग बड़ी उत्सुकता से उस पल का इंतजार कर रहे हैं जब उनके उपग्रह सफलतापूर्वक कक्षा में स्थापित कर दिए जाएंगे।
Each satellite weighs 150 kgs and the cumulative payload mass for this mission is 5,805 kgs, including the satellite dispenser.
plus 19 minutes.
कक्षीय स्थितियां प्राप्त हो चुके हैं। अब कुछ ही क्षणों में प्रथम 4 उपग्रह 1K, 3K, 5K और 7K का प्रक्षेपण होगा।
One K, 3K, 5K, 7K satellites are separated.
और यहाँ हर्ष का पल सबके सामने प्रथम 4 उपग्रहों को सफलतापूर्वक अंतक्षेपित कर दिया गया है। अगले 30 सेकंड में अगले 4 उपग्रह 2A, 4A, 6A और 8 का अंतक्षेपण किया जाएगा।
Here the LVM3 M3 OneWeb India 2 mission has injected its first batch.
2A, 4A, 6A, 8A satellites are separated.
Visuals from the onboard camera confirming the separation event of the second batch of satellites 2A, 4A, 6A and 8A.
जी हाँ, सफलतापूर्वक द्वितीय समूह के 4 उपग्रहों को अंतक्षेपित कर दिया गया है। 2A, 4A, 6A और 8A। यह सभी के लिए बहुत ही हर्ष का पल। यह मिशन अपनी सफलता की ओर।
Current altitude is 457 kilometers. These satellites will eventually be maneuvered into the altitude of about 1200 kilometers.
Plus 21 minutes.
12 orbital planes cumulatively contain 588 satellites that are active. Each orbital plane has a separation of 4 kilometers in altitude to avoid collision of satellites.
ऑन बोर्ड कैमरा का यह विहंगम दृश्य जिसमें हम देख रहे हैं सैटेलाइट अपनी यात्रा शुरू कर चुका है। अभी मिशन जारी है। अगले कुछ क्षणों में हम देखेंगे अन्य 4 उपग्रहों का प्रमोशन। इस दौरान तृतीय चरण पुनः कक्षा की स्थितियां प्राप्त करने के लिए उचित अभिवृत्ति प्राप्त करेंगे। अगले समूह के 4 उपग्रहों को प्रमोशन के लिए अब से करीबन 800 सेकंड की देरी लगेगी।
The separation events are timed apart as 30 seconds and 800 seconds between alternate batches. The first and second batch of satellites have been separated. Now we are waiting the third batch of satellites. But in the meantime, the cryogenic upper stage will reorient itself and add velocity to get ready for the next separation. The first and second batch of satellites have been injected into 455 and 56 kilometers of altitude with a relative velocity of 7.628 kilometers per second. For the next batch of satellites, the stage will go to an orbit of 469 kilometers altitude, while the relative velocity will be 7.611 kilometers per second.
इस मिशन में सभी 36 उपग्रहों को 5 चरणों में उनके उद्दिष्ट कक्षाओं में स्थापित किया जाएगा। क्रायो स्टेज के बंद होने के पश्चात प्रथम चरण प्रारंभ हो चुका है। इसमें लिक्विड एपोजी मोटर्स की मदद से उचित अभिवृत्ति नियंत्रण किया गया और यान कक्षा प्राप्त करते ही अंतःक्षेपण की स्थितियां प्राप्त होते ही उपग्रह को प्रमोचित किया गया। अभियान द्वितीय चरण की ओर चल पड़ा है। इस कक्षांतरण में लगभग 13 किलोमीटर की ऊंचाई प्राप्त की जानी है और सापेक्ष गति 7.62 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की प्राप्त करनी है। फिर पुनः उचित अभिवृत्ति प्राप्त कर यान अन्य 4 उपग्रह के समूह का अंतःक्षेपण करेगा। इसके पश्चात तृतीय चरण का अंतःक्षेपण प्रारंभ होगा, जिसमें 1A, 3A, 5A और 7A नामक उपग्रहों को उनकी उद्दिष्ट कक्षा में 469 किलोमीटर तथा 7.611 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड के सापेक्ष गति के साथ अंतःक्षेपित किया जाएगा। इस घटना के 30 सेकंड के पश्चात अगले 4 उपग्रहों को, जो हैं 2B, 4B, 6B और 8B, इन उपग्रहों को प्रक्षेपित किया जाएगा। इन उपग्रहों के प्रमोचन तक हम 16 उपग्रह अपनी कक्षाओं पर स्थापित कर चुके होंगे। अब यान हमारे ट्रैकिंग रेंज से बाहर चला जाएगा, लेकिन पूर्व निर्धारित प्रोग्राम के अनुसार यान अगले चरणों को, जो कि बाकी के 20 उपग्रह हैं, उन्हें प्रक्षेपित करता रहेगा और पृथ्वी के चक्कर लगाकर जैसे ही वह स्वालबर्ड स्थित भू स्टेशन से संपर्क बनाएगा, वह हमें पुष्टि करेगा बाकी के 20 उपग्रह के प्रमोचन की।
We are 26.5 minutes away from past the launch time. The total mission duration of LV-M3 M3 OneWeb India 2 mission is 75 minutes.
तृतीय चरण अपनी अगली कक्षा के लिए अग्रसर है, जो कि 469.8 किलोमीटर की ऊंचाई तथा 7.611 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की सापेक्ष गति होगी। वर्तमान में यान की ऊंचाई 465 किलोमीटर तथा सापेक्ष गति 7.61 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड है।
Speaking about the OneWeb satellites, the payload of the satellite is a bent pipe system operating in Ku and Ka band. The forward link receives Ka band signals from the gateway via the satellite Ka antenna. The return link receives Ku band signals from the user terminals via the satellite Ku antenna. The next batch of satellites to be separated are 1A, 3A, 5A and 7A. Thereafter, the fourth batch, namely 2B, 4B, 6B and 8B will be separated.
यान पूर्व निर्धारित तरीके से प्रदर्शन करता हुआ अपने मिशन को पूरा करने की ओर अग्रसर है। अब तक हम LV-M3 की 5 सफल प्रमोचन देख चुके हैं। वर्तमान में यह LV-M3 का 6वां प्रमोचन है। ज्ञात हो कि LVM-3M1 मिशन के साथ हमने प्रसिद्ध चंद्रयान 2 मिशन का प्रमोशन इसी यान से किया था। फिर LVM-3M2 में हमने देखा कि OneWeb के प्रथम 36 उपग्रहों को सफलतापूर्वक प्रमोशित किया गया था और वर्तमान में M3 जो कि अगले 36 उपग्रहों को उनकी निर्दिष्ट कक्षा में स्थापित करने के लिए अग्रसर है। LVM-3 इसरो का सबसे भारी और सबसे उन्नत प्रमोशन यान है जिसने अपनी विश्वसनीयता और दृढ़ता सिद्ध की है और आगे भी कर रहे हैं। इस वर्ष का यह द्वितीय मिशन है इसरो के लिए। इससे पहले SSLV D2 EOS-7 का सफल मिशन हमने 10 फरवरी 2023 को देखा था।
We are 30 minutes past the launch time and currently the Antarctica ground station is tracking and cryo stage is reorienting itself for the third batch of separation event. A few seconds later, after confirming the next two batch of satellite separation, the rocket goes out of the visibility range of the ground stations. And after a gap of 43 minutes, the data will be acquired by the Savalbird's ground station.
चूंकि यह मिशन पूर्ण दक्षिणी मिशन है, इसमें शार स्थित ट्रैकिंग स्टेशंस, इसके अलावा बेंगलोर, त्रिवेंद्रम और ख़ास तौर पर तैनात किए शिपबोर्न ट्रैकिंग, अंटार्कटिका स्थित भू स्टेशन, स्वालबर्ड स्थित तथा लखनऊ स्थित भू स्टेशन हमें इस यान की पूर्ण जानकारी उपलब्ध कराएंगे। वर्तमान में अंटार्कटिका स्थित भू स्टेशन हमें यान के आंकड़े प्रदान कर रहा है।
"20 satellites of this mission will be separated in the non-visibility region, whose confirmation will be available much later."
अभियान उचित अभिवृत्ति प्राप्त करता हुआ अंतक्षेपण की स्थितियां प्राप्त कर रहा है। OneWeb के प्रथम पीढ़ी के उपग्रह नक्षत्र 150 kg वाले उपग्रह के समूह हैं। अब तक 588 उपग्रह भेजे जा चुके हैं। इस प्रमोशन के पश्चात यह संख्या 618 पहुंच जाएगी। इन सभी उपग्रहों को 12 समतल प्लेन्स में बांटा गया है और यह 1200 किलोमीटर की ऊंचाई से सेवाएं प्रदान करेंगे। हर एक प्लेन में आपस में 4 किलोमीटर की दूरी बनाई गई है ताकि इससे टकराव की संभावना खत्म की जा सके। तृतीय और अंतिम चरण यान का उचित अभिवृत्ति प्राप्त कर चुका है। कक्षीय स्थितियां प्राप्त की जा चुकी हैं। अब कुछ ही क्षणों में अगले समूह के 4 उपग्रह 1A, 3A, 5A तथा 7A का अंतक्षेपण उनकी निर्दिष्ट कक्षा में किया जाएगा।
1A, 3A, 5A, 7A satellites are separated.
And we have the confirmation of the separation of satellites 1A, 3A, 5A and 7A. This completes the third batch of separation.
जी हाँ, तृतीय समूह के उपग्रहों को सफलतापूर्वक अंतक्षेपित कर दिया गया है। अगले कुछ सेकंड्स में अगले 4 उपग्रह 2B, 4B, 6B तथा
4B,
8B
6B, 8B satellites are separated.
Now we have the confirmation of the fourth batch of satellites.
This is Range Operation Director. 16 satellites are separated till now. Mission is continuing. Remaining 20 satellites will separate as per timeline in the non-visibility period. These 20 satellite separation will be confirmed after Svalbard telemetry station acquisition. During the non-visibility period, ground trace will be updated by extrapolation on the video wall. All stations involved in operation shall continue in positions. Others shall reassemble at 10:10 hours IST. Over to Mission Director.
सोलह उपग्रह प्रमोचित किए जा चुके हैं। अभी भी मिशन जारी है। अगले 20 उपग्रह प्रमोचित किए जाने हैं। कुछ समय पर इसकी पुष्टि की जाएगी।
So far, 16 satellites have been injected into the orbit, 20 more to go. Now let's join for the address by Secretary TOS Chairman ISRO, Shri S. Somnath.
Radha Mohan. Congratulations to NSIL and ISRO and OneWeb for the successful launch of LV-M3 OneWeb India 2 mission. As we know today, the first 16 satellites of the series are already placed in the right orbit, and now it has gone in the far south of the Earth, and we will be getting confirmation of the remaining spacecraft separation soon once the onboard storage data is acquired by our Indian ground stations. Till now, based on the observations, the vehicle has done extremely well. It went up to the right orbit and placed spacecraft at the right orbit and also with very minimal disturbances to it. So I am very happy today for the consecutive launch success of GSLV Mar-3, that is LV-M3. And I want to specifically thank NSIL for bringing this opportunity to us and also for the confidence that OneWeb India team has on ISRO for building this rocket for them for this commercial launch. I also want to thank ISRO for the wonderful work that they have done to make this rocket very reliable and rugged, once again demonstrating the capability of the rocket for placing large, heavy payloads into the right orbit without any glitch. And we look forward for greater engagement with our commercial partners for making this rocket one of the best in this class. So specifically, I want to thank the entire ISRO family, the GSLV Mar-3 project team for making this historic event happen today. So let me also introduce the Chairman and Managing Director of NSIL, Sri Radhakrishnan, and also the Mission Director of the LV-M3, this mission, Mr. Mohana Kumar. So over to Radhakrishnan.
Good morning, and I'll share the views of Chairman ISRO, Secretary Department of Space, in congratulating the entire team ISRO for giving us this wonderful, wonderful mission, what we have seen. As you all know, I think having a repeat performance of any particular launcher it's not an easy thing to do. And what we had demonstrated today using the GSLV Mar-3 for the commercial customer, it is extremely momentous day for us. The kind of maneuvers, one special thing what we see in this particular mission is the cryogenic stage being used for doing such a complex maneuver to meet the requirements of OneWeb in deploying 36 satellites. It's extremely challenging stuff that has been done and repeated here once again in the second mission. Now, on behalf of New Space India Limited and ISRO, we would like to compliment our customer, esteemed customer who had given a lot of faith and belief in us and believing in our capabilities. And I would say we are doubly happy that we are part of such a big journey the OneWeb has gone through in the last 3 years. By deploying these particular satellites, I know your services are going to go global. And we are delighted that we are a small contribution to your such a long journey that you have done over several years. I would like to take this opportunity to reassure OneWeb and the entire team here that ISRO would be happy to engage in any future endeavors that would like, in addition to the launch solution that we will continue to provide to your team. Thank you very much, and thank you entire ISRO team for this member.
Thank you, sir. Respected Chairman ISRO, Secretary Department of Space, dignitaries, viewers, very good morning to you all. Once again, the launch vehicle LV-M3 has shown its might and ruggedness in taking heaviest payload from our soil to the precise orbit which is required by the satellite. The orbital parameters are achieved and the 36 satellites are being deployed in a sequential manner in 9 steps of 4 numbers each, and 16 satellites are already now we have got the data. Now once the vehicle is coming to the visibility range, remaining satellites separations also will be reported. I take this opportunity to thank the entire team ISRO, especially from the launch vehicle centers, the VSSC, LPSC, IPRC, ISTRAC and SDSC SHAR for the wonderful successful mission, and all the deliverables from all the SDAs have performed perfectly well and its intended functions were happened. And this time we have done the assembly of the vehicle in the newly built second vehicle assembly building, wherein from the nozzle trial actuation through the S200 stacking to the entire vehicle integration was carried out under one roof with utmost care and best standards of safety. And the vehicle was moved to the launch pad also through a newly built track. Every activities were smooth and safe, and we could achieve the mission in a wonderful manner. I take this opportunity to thank all the industrial partners of ISRO who are supplying the products. The uninterrupted supply of hardware and resources are key players to have the mission in the required scheduled times, and I thank all the industrial partners across India who are partners to this success. I thank all the mission executives who have actively contributed towards this mission, and my best wishes to the OneWeb team for the continued successful operations of the satellite on board. And my thanks are due to the entire LV-M3 core project team for the untiring efforts of 72 days of launch campaigns. This time, the record time we could complete the launch campaign in 72 days. The team LV-M3, which was trained and brought up by none other than our beloved chairman. I take this opportunity to thank Chairman on behalf of the entire project for being with us as a beloved patron. And sir, with your timely guidance and learned opinions, made our decision-making process very fast, which enabled us to complete the mission in the record time of 72 days. The key success is the robust review mechanism existing in ISRO. We have undergone all the reviews, the DRT forums, which are the primary agency to clear all the subsystems went into the mission, and FRR followed by MRR and Launch Authorization Board. I take this opportunity to thank all the chairmen and members of all review forums for the mentoring and guidance. And finally, I thank God Almighty for all the blessings in the form of the glorious success, which was the purpose of the 72 days of penance of all of us. called the launch campaign. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you once again, Radhakrishnan and Mohana Kumar, for that feedback. And let me take this opportunity to thank once again the entire ISRO community for their work towards making this rocket one of the best in this class. And we are getting ready for the next launch campaign soon with the launch of the GSLV Mark III. But before that, we are also getting ready for the launch of the PSLV, which is currently going on. In April, we will have the launch of, again, a commercial launch of PSLV. And we are also commencing the campaign for the GSLV Mark II as well. So SDSC SHAR is going to be buzzed with a lot of work for the subsequent launch missions, which will be duly announced. At this time, let me take this opportunity to thank our Honorable Prime Minister, as well as the government, for supporting us in making this launch vehicle available for commercial launches, because it was at a very short notice such an opportunity came to us, and we have to get ready with our required approvals and processes which were very necessary. And let me thank the approvals that are given to us for enabling this mission to take place, and it actually increased the confidence on us on this rocket GSLV Mark III for taking up the Gaganyaan, which is going to be flying on this rocket as well. So let me give you an additional information. This rocket is also having the S200 motors, which are designed with an increased margins and features which are suited for the Gaganyaan configuration. So we are happy that it performed very well in this mission. There were many more improvements in this rocket which are aimed towards making it human rated in the other stages and systems as well. So I'm very happy to see the progress incrementally happening, moving towards the Gaganyaan mission as well. So at this moment, let us retire, and then we'll wait for the remaining news about the success of the separation of the remaining 16 satellites, and that will be informed to you through media, as well as social media, as well as our channels. So thank you then. Till then, goodbye from SDSC SHAR Sriharikota. Thank you.
another sunny day in New Mexico.
When does it start?
Any minute now.
Greetings, planet Earth, and welcome to Spaceport America, the beautiful home of Virgin Galactic in Sierra County, New Mexico, and the stage for today's momentous occasion. I'm delighted you can join us for an historic day. Over the next few hours, you'll see live coverage of today's space flight, unprecedented access inside the spacecraft, and a live performance of a brand new song by multi-platinum artist Khalid. Entrepreneur, philanthropist, iconoclast, activist, adventurer, billionaire, goatee host organism. Later today, Richard Branson and his crew will return to Earth as astronauts. Hello, everyone. I'm Stephen Colbert. Thank you for joining us. Earlier this morning, Richard Branson and his crew arrived at Spaceport America, ready to embark on a life-changing journey. When Richard called me and asked me if I'd like to host today's live stream, I said, "Who is this? And how did you get my number?" Then he said who it was, explained today's flight test mission, and I said, yes, I would be honored to host your launch. After all, I've known Richard for years. I've never been to his private island, but that's okay. That's how close we are. Friends don't have to ask friends to their private island, evidently. And to be fair, it might be because I've spent most of our friendship making fun of him on TV. Longtime viewers of this broadcast know that I have an ongoing feud with Sir Richard Branson, Virgin CEO and adult of the corn, Richard Branson. Sir Big Baby here, having what some critics have called facial hair. That little tree sloth clinging to your chin. The grinning goat man. A cross between David Bowie and Pan the goat god.
His airline, but
obviously, I said all of that in character on a comedy show. So, Richard, I want you to know, as myself, sincerely, I meant every word. But there is one thing Richard and I do have in common: a deep, lifelong passion for space exploration. That's why Richard founded Virgin Galactic in 2004 with the dream of sending private citizens into space. Now, to do that, he needed to build every part of a whole new industry. He had to construct a spacecraft capable of the journey. Then, to launch these space planes, he had to help create the world's first commercial spaceport. And most importantly, he had to find the people capable of turning his dream into a reality, as well as people brave enough to get on a spaceship built by the guy who launched a soda this awful. Seriously, he lost money selling sugar water. All aboard! Today marks the culmination of Branson's dream. He and his crew will set off on a supersonic voyage in which they'll achieve a maximum velocity of more than Mach 3.5 and ultimately enter zero gravity. Imagine staring out the window onto the vast expanse of space and seeing Earth below, our beautiful blue planet staring back. Unless, of course, you're the guy in the middle seat. Then you have to ask the astronaut sitting next to the window to put it all in perspective for you. Oh, and I'm being told that there are no middle seats in space. Thank you, science. It's been a dream of mine to go into space ever since I was a child. Unfortunately, I cannot be on the spacecraft today. I had a thing. Also, I was not technically invited, but Richard was generous enough to give me a spacecraft of my very own. And I will be using this model to give scientifically accurate play-by-play of today's historic events, as well as doing this. The Virgin Galactic crew are an inspiration. An inspiration to be bold, to be audacious, and to never give up in the pursuit of even your wildest dreams. So let's now take you to where the action is happening, live in the studio at Spaceport America, where your other co-hosts are standing by. First, one of the newest members of the Virgin Galactic team. She's a science author, an expert in space exploration, a bioastronautic researcher, and most impressively, a TikTok star. Kelly Girardi. Great to have you here, Kelly. Next up, a man who has flown 2 space shuttle missions and spent time on the International Space Station, where he served as commander and performed a viral David Bowie cover. Here he is, the first man to do open mic in 0G, Chris Hadfield. Welcome, Chris. And finally, your mission host for today. She's a structures operations engineer for Virgin Galactic, and fun fact, actually got married in the spaceship that will be taking the crew up today, Veronica McGowan. So now I turn it over to Veronica, Chris, and Kelly for more on today's historic flight.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you all, live from Spaceport America. It's a momentous day for Sir Richard Branson, a milestone for Virgin Galactic, and a historic event for the future of spaceflight. Just 7 weeks ago, Virgin Galactic completed the first ever human spaceflight from the great state of New Mexico. And today, our founder and his crew will become some of the very few people to have experienced space travel. Let's take a look at how they arrived to Spaceport America.
Go to space, Richard.
You look more prepared than I do.
You're late. Come on, get suited up. Let's go.
Open sesame.
Good morning, Unity 22. Welcome to Spaceport. Please sign in to the astronaut logbook.
The name's Branson, Sir Richard Branson, astronaut 001, license to thrill.
Astronaut 002, Beth Moses.
Astronaut 003, Colin Bennett.
It's got a beautiful bag. Sarisha.
Astronaut 004, Sarisha Bamla.
And she's astronaut 004.
Congratulations, Unity 22. You are officially registered for space.
See you up there.
What a way to start off your journey, first on a bike and now on a spaceship. The team is airborne. Here's some footage of them taking off just moments ago. The spaceflight system was towed out to the runway and elegantly took to the skies on what is a beautiful morning here in the state of New Mexico. They're at approximately 30,000 feet in altitude and climbing as we speak. Our spaceflight system is comprised of 2 vehicles in a mated configuration. Our mothership Eve, named thoughtfully by Richard after his late mother Eve, and Spaceship Unity, named by the late Stephen Hawking as a vehicle that will unite the world through space. Once at the launch altitude and location, Eve will release Unity for a voyage to space. So today is the day, everyone. Chris, what is the significance of today's flight?
Yeah, I love it when the stuff of dreams becomes a reality. And we've been dreaming of commercial spaceflight, of people being able to fly in space. I mean, since the very first pioneers started flying, the X-15, which was the wonderful program in the 60s, was so much like the profile that they're going to follow today. And then the Ansari X Prize to try and push the limits that is very much the DNA that's on this bottle, in fact, the DNA that has allowed this vehicle to fly. And it is like all of those pioneers and the flight today You know, they pried the door open initially, but this crew today is really pushing it open permanently. And I'm really excited for the flight, but I think it's so significant professionally, technically, but personally for the people on board.
Absolutely. And you mentioned opening up that doorway. Kelly, you're one of the people that's going to be going through that doorway soon. We are so thrilled to have you here to get a preview of what you're going to experience on a Virgin Galactic mission in the not too distant future. You've got to be getting pretty excited, right?
Incredibly excited. You know, this is an emotional day, right? Those doors are opening for the next generation of astronauts. I feel like we have front row seats to the final frontier today, and I'm so excited to get a taste of what I'm going to experience soon.
Definitely. Well, I'm so thrilled to have you here. And you too, Chris. Thank you guys so much for joining me today for this. Let's take a look at what we've got in store for the live stream. So while Mothership Eve is transporting Spaceship Unity to the launch point, we'll check in with the crew and the preparations that went into today's flight. We'll also share some perspective on the Virgin Galactic mission, so who we are, what we do, and our vision for commercial space travel in the 21st century. Next, we'll give you a guided tour through the Virgin Galactic experience, showing you what our astronauts will see and do throughout their stay, both on the ground and on their life-changing journey into space. Once we've reached the launch altitude and location, we'll see the moment when Spaceship Unity is released from Mothership Eve and accelerates into space, all coming to you live. So there's some incredible energy building here at Spaceport, and we're happy to have some special guests on site taking in this experience. My co-host Kevin. Kevin, what's the vibe like down there?
Thanks, Veronica. I am currently here at Spaceport America's hangar floor, where the ships usually reside, but as you just saw, they're on their way to space. Right behind me, I have the rocket motors we use for launch, and to my left, a very important person, CEO of Virgin Galactic, Michael Cole-Glazer. Michael, good to see you.
It's great to be here, Kevin.
Michael, I have one question for you, and that is, what does today mean?
Kevin, this is a landmark moment for Virgin Galactic. It's a landmark moment for the new commercial space industry, and it certainly is a landmark moment for our founder, Sir Richard Branson, who right now is showing that when you have the fortitude to follow your dream, you can make a hugely profound impact on the world. It's a historic moment because today we are endeavoring to open access to space for all. Can you imagine? Being up there and looking back down has to be one of the most amazing feelings, and we can't wait for more people to experience it. I have to say how proud I am, Kevin, to have all my friends and colleagues who are today's crew representing the entire company. They're opening the door for the astronauts of tomorrow. We're thrilled to be here today and so excited to have all of you watching to be sharing this moment with us.
It sure really is a historical moment for us, and I'm excited to be here. I'm going to be out in the street, so I'll see you guys in a little bit, but we're going to send it back to you.
Virgin Galactic's mission of sending humans into space requires tenacity, innovation, and an unparalleled drive to succeed. Turns out pioneering a new form of space travel is a tough job, possibly even tougher than my job where I talk to celebrities for 1 hour a day. But the Virgin Galactic space is to make space itself more accessible and approachable.
Line 3.
Hello.
Hi.
Have you ever thought about going into space, Richard?
The moon landing was a catalytic moment for me. I remember my dad taking me outside onto the village green, and we just looked up at the moon. I really did think that myself and many other young people would one day be able to go into space. I waited and I waited and waited for that opportunity, and it never came. They got me thinking. I went to the registry office and I registered the name Virgin Galactic Airways.
It's a brilliant innovation story. The origins of spaceflight at the time, it was big government. The X Prize was a chance to turn that into a much more personal spaceflight experience.
Spaceship One claimed the X Prize and it proved the dream was possible. This was the first private venture to go to space, return safely, and do it again just 2 weeks later.
And then from there, we just started expanding. We knew we wanted a bigger system. We wanted something that you could float about the cabin, actually experience zero gravity.
Virgin Galactic offers the first real platform where we can actually open it up to make space for all of us.
We build on the shoulders of giants. but we want to be that first baseline for Earth and actually deliver on that promise.
We are changing the way humanity views space. We've taken the impossible and we're making it inevitable.
I always want to celebrate the team on this. You need heart, you need the best minds, you need the best humans to work on programs like this.
The sky is no longer the limit for us.
This is an inflection point in human history.
2 astronauts on a tiny television inspired a kid from England. Imagine what greatness can come from a generation seeing Earth from space.
You're seeing your home planet. It's a real connection with the Earth. It grounds you and it feels timeless.
I think in the same way that I was inspired by the moon landing.
Release. Fire.
I really hope that there will be a world who will be captivated and inspired about the possibility of them going to space one day.
Have you ever thought about going into space, Richard?
I'd love to go into space. I think there could be nothing nicer. So if you're building a spacecraft, I'd love to come with you on it.
Truly inspirational, and right now all of that inspiration is up in the sky as the Virgin Galactic spaceflight mission makes its way towards the launch point. Let's take a look at these onboard camera footages now and see what we've got here. We are already at 40,000 feet. You can already see the incredible view and the sky starting to darken there. This is already higher than what most regular commercial airliners will travel at. So I'm sure all of our astronauts are taking in that view already and getting really excited and prepared for the mission. Now, Kelly, we hope to connect live with Richard throughout the show here. What would be going through your mind if you were on board with him right now?
Gosh, you know, aside from the overwhelming excitement, right, I think it would just be a sense of awe, the hard work and the vision that it took to get to today, and the magnitude of what it means for the next generation of humans who are going to experience the wonder of spaceflight.
Absolutely. I mean, this is certainly the dawn of a new space age, and Mothership Eve is currently ascending still. We're already over 40,000 feet. Our target launch altitude for today is 45,000 feet. But in addition to that launch altitude, we also have a designated release point within the airspace. So while you may see us get to altitude rather quickly, we'll continue to complete our flight path until we get to that designated launch point. So everything's looking really good. Again, they're over 40,000 feet now, and just a beautiful view you get there already. I imagine they're just getting really excited for their upcoming space flight. So speaking of the crew on board, let's take a look at the folks in flight today. Virgin Galactic pilots are without a doubt among the very best of the best. They're some of the most experienced pilots in the world, and there are very few flying machines on Earth or off Earth that these professionals haven't flown. In fact, 4 of our pilots are among the very few in history who can lay claim to the title of astronaut. And 2 of them are heading to space again today. Let's meet the crew now. We'll begin with the folks who are supporting today's flight in the chase plane, giving us visuals on the spaceflight system while airborne. Pilot in command of our chase plane today is Jamil Janjua. He's completed over 4,000 flying hours in 48 different vehicles throughout his career, which spans over 20 years in the Royal Canadian Air Force. Joining Jamil is Patrick Moran, who served as a pilot in the Marine Corps for 20 years, where he operated as a test pilot and a test pilot school instructor. He joins Virgin Galactic with over 3,000 flight hours in 34 different aircraft. In Mothership Eve today, we have CJ Sturkow in the left seat. CJ has completed 4 NASA Space Shuttle missions and 2 Spaceship Unity space flights. He's been flying for 37 years and is the first person to enter space from 3 different states. CJ is joined by Kelly Latimer in the right seat, who's logged more than 6,700 hours in her 32-year flying career. And Kelly is also a pilot with Virgin Orbit, our sister space company, and she just flew their successful launch the other week. Piloting Spaceship Unity today, we have our chief pilot and astronaut, Dave Mackay. Dave's been with Virgin Companies for over 25 years now and has more than 14,000 hours of flight time to his credit. Just incredible, and spanning no fewer than 140 different types of aircraft. With Dave is astronaut Mike Masucci. Mike recently passed more than 10,000 hours of logged flight in a career that's put him in the cockpit of more than 80 different types of aircraft, including the U-2 and, of course, our very own Spaceship Unity. As you can see, our passengers today will be flown to space by some of the most accomplished and experienced pilots in the world. And in the cabin of Spaceship Unity today, there are 4 mission specialists. Let's hear some more about them now.
Astronaut 004, Sarisha Bandla. I'll be testing the researcher experience. Virgin Galactic is opening up the opportunity to go to space for everyone. This is a whole new era to get people from different backgrounds, different geographies, different communities into space. And it's giving researchers the opportunity to fly with their payloads. And that is unheard of. They can take the work that they've been doing on Earth to space. And I'm so excited to see where the community takes it in the future.
Astronaut 003, Colin Bennett. I'll be evaluating cabin procedures during boost and weightlessness. When I was younger, I assumed that space was only available to a very select few. I had no idea myself that I would ever be in a position to go to space, but here I am. And how awesome it's going to be a part of the journey of opening this up to hundreds and then thousands of more people in the future.
Astronaut 002, Beth Moses. I'll be spaceship cabin lead and test director. I cannot remember not dreaming of going to space. There's the little tiny kid looking up at the stars, the little girl making model rockets. It was part of my childhood. I think it's a very natural, human, innate curiosity. We're all explorers and adventurers, so I really don't remember an age or a moment where I discovered space. I just always remember dreaming of going to space.
Astronaut 001, Richard Branson. I'll be evaluating the customer spaceflight experience.
Astronaut 001, what a title to have. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited to hear who gets the spot of 007 as well. So let's hear more about the man who has the license to thrill.
Now, say what you want about Richard Branson, and I have. He has left an indelible mark in the world of business, travel, and entertainment. And it's all been fueled by his restless sense of adventure. And where did Richard get that intrepid spirit? His mother, Eve Branson. She taught Richard to be bold, to be brave, and Richard knows for many reasons today would not be possible without Eve. And he's penned a special letter in tribute to her.
Dear Mum, you always told me to reach for the stars. Well, I took my own winding road, but I always knew to follow your lead. You always pushed us to our limits. When I was a child, you threw me out of the car miles from our house and urged me to find my own way home. You let me jump into a river to sink or swim. You and Dad taught me and my sisters independence and loved us with fierceness and tenderness. You were always an adventurer. You took glider lessons dressed as a boy, enlisted during World War II, toured Germany as a ballet dancer after the war. You flew treacherous routes as intrepid cabin crew for start-up airlines. You took us into the great unknown on family holidays. You treated every day as a chance to explore. Before the word existed, you were always an entrepreneur. You helped make ends meet by creating your own small businesses. You showed me how to grow a company, how to treat people, how to be creative, how to balance work and play, how to live. You were always a romantic. You and Dad showed Joan and me the way to build a life filled with humor and heart, hope and humility, honesty and happiness. You showed us the value of kindness, the magic of laughter, the beauty of music. and the joy of family. You were always my guiding light at Virgin Galactic. You shared with me that the day we named our mothership VMS Eve was one of your happiest. You always knew Eve would start my journey to space one day, just as I always knew you would do the impossible for me. Well, Mum, our mothership, which carries your name, will carry the next generation of dreamers into space. You were always a dreamer. You urged me to strive for every opportunity I saw. You told me to chase my wildest fantasies and to live life to the full. Well, the brave may not live forever, but the cautious do not live at all. How you lived, how you loved, and how you are missed. Dad always said, "Isn't life wonderful?" And you both showed us it was. Always.
Such a beautiful letter. Eve Branson really was an inspiration to all of us here at Virgin Galactic. If you're just now tuning in, my name is Veronica McGowan. I'm a structures operations engineer here at Virgin Galactic. Alongside me is astronaut Chris Hadfield and future astronaut Kelly Girardi. So great to have you guys here. Earlier today, we saw Richard and his crew make their way down to the astronaut walkway at Spaceport America, seeing their families off before they were escorted to our spaceflight system, where final inspections and preparations were made before takeoff. They were driven to the runway in our fleet of Land Rovers, and Land Rover is our exclusive automotive partner, and they help with day-to-day operations. And in fact, we have a bespoke vehicle that we designed with them called the Astronaut Edition. And this is exclusively available to Virgin Galactic future astronauts, and it's the one that drove Richard to Spaceport, to Spaceship Unity this morning. So we're delighted to have Land Rover as a part of the team. And right now, our crew are on their way to space. Let's check in on them via our onboard camera footage. Wow, look at that view already, and you can see some contrails. Chris, how do you think the crew will be feeling right about now?
So many different things at once. They're just about leveled off at altitude, right up at 46,000 feet. But inside their bodies, they've got like this tug of war going on because they're focused. Like there's no more focused, you know, the 4 in the back and the 2 in the front, really focused. But at the same time, there's this like rising excitement that you can feel like a thermometer going up inside your own body. But I remember at the time, what I really wanted to do was go back to my 9-year-old self and just run around the cockpit and scream and wave my hands because it's just so exciting and fun. They're focused, they're professional, they're doing their job, but it's just a magnificent moment as we get ready for ignition.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's certainly a mixture of excitement and anticipation with our crew today, but they will all be focused on the task at hand, as you said, and preparing themselves to run through their individual test points. And on the subject of testing, today's spaceflight is an opportunity for us to evaluate our cabin experience. It's the environment where our passengers will cross the 50-mile border, defined by NASA as the entry to space. Let's hear more about the transformative journey that our crew are on.
You shall. Oh, hello. I was just contemplating the wonder of innovation. You know, back in 1860, it took 10 days for the Pony Express to deliver a letter from Missouri to the toilet while they vacation on the other side of the world. Progress. But while some technology has grown exponentially, others have remained practically the same. Planes still travel at the same speed they did 50 years ago. We still use the same ground launch system from the early days of space travel, and they haven't come out with a new snow cone machine in years. That's where the innovations of Virgin Galactic come in.
What does spaceflight with Virgin Galactic entail? Well, it has a unique combination of revolutionary design innovations that make it like no other vehicle that has ever gone before. Firstly, air launch. Most rockets you see make a loud and bumpy vertical launch from the ground. To launch from the ground requires huge amounts of energy to lift the vehicle from a static start and to propel it through the thickest parts of the Earth's atmosphere. Instead, Virgin Galactic spaceflight starts with a smooth runway takeoff, not dissimilar to a conventional commercial airliner. The spaceship, attached to a mothership, gracefully ascends to the launch altitude of around 50,000 feet, bypassing the thickest parts of the Earth's atmosphere, making it far more energy efficient and far more comfortable for the passengers inside. When the vehicles have reached the launch altitude and location, Mission Control provides clearance for release.
Release, release, release.
The pilots activate the launch and set spaceship free. Within seconds, the rocket motor ignites as the vehicle starts its rapid ascent toward the stars. During this awe-inspiring journey, the spaceship reaches speeds of up to 3 times the speed of sound. And out the window, passengers will watch the color change from blue through indigo, and then to the iconic inky black as they soar into space. Once the rocket motor shuts down, passengers will unbuckle their seatbelts and float effortlessly around the cabin, enjoying the childlike freedom of zero gravity. The cabin becomes a spacious, 3-dimensional playground as passengers experience space firsthand, helmet-free. The ship has an incredible 17 windows, and passengers won't be able to resist being drawn towards the undeniable, euphoric beauty that lies beneath, as planet Earth looks right back at them in all her majesty. Whilst enjoying weightlessness and the life-changing view, the vehicle is preparing itself for re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere, utilizing the second design innovation of Virgin Galactic's space system, the Feather.
There's FPG.
Re-entry is arguably the most challenging aspect of space travel and has largely been approached in 2 ways, with winged vehicles or with capsule spacecraft. The revolutionary aspect of Virgin Galactic Feather technology is that it enables the vehicle to act like a winged vehicle when it is advantageous to be a winged vehicle, and then behave as a capsule when a capsule design gives you the advantage. On the way to space, the spaceship folds in half, with the booms moving upward to a 60-degree position as our pilots put the vehicle into an elegant backflip. This points the windows straight back towards Earth, offering passengers astounding and unobstructed views. This maneuver also allows the vehicle to behave like a capsule on re-entry, spreading the friction heat generated from re-entering the Earth's atmosphere across the entire underside of the spaceship, and aerodynamically enabling it to reorient itself from any position. Once the ship has slowed down and starts to travel through the thicker parts of the Earth's atmosphere, where a winged vehicle is advantageous for maneuverability, the booms come back down from their feather position, and the spaceship gently glides back home safely and smoothly, ensuring a thrilling yet comfortable ride for those on board, and landing on the same runway it took off from. A truly extraordinary design, fit for an out-of-this-world experience.
Wow, that is some next-level space engineering. I love how its re-entry is feathered, just like Richard's hair. And I imagine it must be an emotional and life-changing moment to experience zero-G and see our fragile planet floating in the depths of space. I would go up in a minute if my wife would let me. How about you, Veronica?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that would be an offer too good to refuse. Now, Chris, I'm sure you'd agree that the experience that Richard is having right now is probably a lot more comfortable than your launches.
Yeah, I had a chance to fly as part of the space shuttle crew twice, and then I flew on the Russian ship as the pilot once. And it's a little capsule, like they were talking about winged and capsule vehicles. But both of them needed a rocket to get them up above the atmosphere. And the beauty of what Sir Richard and his crew are doing now is that they've had the mothership Eve to carry them gently up. So yeah, they're much more comfortable than I was at this stage, getting ready for the second engine and the rockets to ignite there.
Yeah, I can imagine. And Kelly, now I know you've experienced zero-G already in some parabolic flights. Your space flight will surely be an extension, right, of that zero-G time. What are you most looking forward to in terms of conducting experiments in that environment?
Yeah, exactly. Like Veronica said, I've done a number of parabolic research flights here on Earth where the aircraft takes this roller coaster profile to simulate zero-G seconds at a time. But during a dedicated research mission with Virgin Galactic, I am most looking forward to that continuous, uninterrupted minutes worth of microgravity exposure to do my experiments. It's just an unprecedented time. The next generation of researchers and scientists are going to be flying with their payloads, and I'm so excited for what's to come.
Yes, definitely excited for your space flight, and I'm very excited that people can experience, not only that personal transformation on space flights, but also conduct scientific research. So it's a really flexible platform. I am hearing from our Mission Control Center now that we are about 6.5 minutes out to release. We're getting pretty close. So let's go ahead and switch over to our onboard camera footage for the whole portion of the flight here until landing. I am hearing we're in the middle of our L-10 checks. And L-10, it means we're approximately 10 minutes out from the moment when Mothership Eve releases Spaceship Unity. And this is based on an estimated time of arrival to that release point. So timing may vary a little bit, but the closer we get to that point, the more accurate the estimate becomes. And right now we're about 6 minutes out. So up until L-10, Eve is in full mothership mode, carrying Spaceship Unity to altitude and providing her, through essentially an umbilical cord with electrical power, system heat, and cabin pressurization. And this air is conditioned, so we can keep folks cool on the ground for hot summer days like today, and heated at high altitudes where things get a little bit cooler to keep the pilots and the passengers comfortable. So at L-10, Spaceship Unity switches to her own battery power for avionics and control systems and performs electrical checks, feather system checks, flight control checks, and more. And about each check here. These days, more and more systems are becoming automated, especially in aircraft and spacecraft. And what's really exciting about the Virgin Galactic spaceflight system is that our crew truly are hands-on with the piloting throughout the flight. Oh, there's Sir Richard Branson now. It's so exciting to see them in the back. I'm sure they are just getting incredibly excited. And of course, as mentioned earlier, we have Dave and Mike up front. We have an amazing team of pilots here, and they just love to pilot a vehicle that is arguably the most exciting vehicle in the world to fly. And I imagine, this also provides passengers with an additional level of comfort, knowing they have crew members with them throughout the duration of the flight. There they are again, just moments away at this point. It's looking like we're about 4 minutes and 20 seconds out now. All right, so I am hearing from our Mission Control Center that we have L-4 checks in work now, so we just passed the 4-minute mark. At this point, the pilots are ensuring the spaceship is in its launch configuration after going through the various L-10 checks, just confirming all settings are back in their place and go for launch. Now, this is also the point when Spaceship Unity will isolate her air supply from Eve and prime the rocket motor by opening the backup oxidizer valve. And once these actions are complete, the pilots are going to seek clearance for release from MCC. And that's shorthand for our Mission Control Center. We have 2 MCCs supporting today. Our primary Horizon is located here at Spaceport America, and they're being supported by the Oculus Mission Control Center at our manufacturing base in Mojave, California. These teams consist of experts across various departments and disciplines within the company, and they're verifying checks with the crew today every step of the way. All right, and I've just heard from MCC that our L-4 checks are complete. We are roughly 3 minutes out from release at this point. It's getting really exciting. I don't know about you all, but I can feel the anticipation building just watching the screen and looking at their faces. Look at that, they've already got big smiles on. And we have just received clearance for release on time from Mission Control Center. So we are 2 minutes and 30 seconds out now. I can only imagine what it would be like to be on board. This must be incredibly exciting for the crew. We're about 2 minutes out now, and once we get to the 30-second point, Spaceship Unity is going to arm the launch pylon. And then once we get to that designated point, the mothership pilots are actually the ones that engage the release, setting Unity free. So we have actions for both the mothership pilots and the spaceship pilots, so they're in coordination and all agree on the launch.
Yeah, it's a hugely exciting and focused moment right now.
Definitely. 1 minute and 30 seconds. The spaceship pilots are also going to push the stick all the way forward to prepare for release. And things happen pretty quickly after the release. So the pilots are going to light the rocket motor and they're going to accelerate in level flight until they reach Mach 1, at which point they'll start what we call the gamma turn, where we turn directly up and head to space. 1 minute to release now. It's getting real.
So exciting.
"45 seconds. "30 seconds. The Spaceship Unity pilots are arming the launch pylon now. We are armed for release. 20 seconds. "10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1. Release, release, release. Clean release. Ignition. Good rocket motor burn. There's Mach 1 trimming now. Trim complete. Unity is pointed directly up and heading to space. Things are looking great. We are 25 seconds into the burn now, approaching Mach 2. 30 seconds, Mach 2. Everything's looking really good and stable. 40 seconds. 45 seconds. 50 seconds, approaching Mach 3. There's Mach 3. And 60 seconds, and that is a full duration burn, folks. We are headed to space. And the passengers in the back have been cleared to unstrap. Our predicted apogee is 279,000 feet and climbing. The pilots are now unlocking the feather, and as soon as they do that, it's going to initiate a backflip for Spaceship Unity. This is normal. We want those windows pointed down towards the Earth to maximize that incredible view. So feather is coming up now, and the pilots are also enabling the RCS, or reaction control system, which is what they'll use to control the attitude of the vehicle while we're outside the atmosphere. All right, feather is all the way up. We are at about 250,000 feet now and climbing. As soon as we cross the boundary to space, we'll hear a word from our founder, Sir Richard Branson. Welcome to Space, Unity 22. So it doesn't sound like we're cameras recording things on board today, and we'll be sure to capture his magical words and share them with the world when they're available. We reached apogee 282,000 feet. Remember the day, remember where you are, and remember who you shared this with, and remember the name Virgin Galactic, because today, space is virgin territory. The culmination of a life's work, more than a half a century since the world rejoiced in and was transformed by humans leaving planet Earth, Sir Richard Branson fulfills his long-held dream of experiencing space with his crew. Congratulations again, Richard, and congratulations also to Sarisha and Colin on becoming astronauts today. And welcome back to space to Dave, Mike, and Beth. Oh, you can see them now? So we are on the re-entry portion of our flight now, and the mission specialists are heading back to their seats. Our training team has worked really hard on this portion of the flight to make it very natural and intuitive for passengers. Now, when we talk about space travel, a lot of people know and expect the boost portion of the flight to be loud and thrilling, but what's interesting is re-entry is also very similar, as supersonic air is flowing over the vehicle in the feathered configuration. Shock waves form on top of the cabin, which are audible to those inside. And for those of you on site watching on the ground, you should be able to hear a double sonic boom as Spaceship Unity once again breaks the sound barrier. All right, folks, we are now subsonic, just under 75,000 feet in altitude. Now also note too, this is our first time transmitting HD camera data down to the ground and then out to a global live stream. So please do see some drops in the feed, but we still have some really great ground footage coming in here. Oh, there we go. Now we can see that is the tail cone of Unity. And the pilots are lowering the feather now. Now, as the feather comes down, the nose of Spaceship is going to drop. This is normal and expected. Once that feather's down and locked, the pilots will begin a gentle pull up to a level attitude. And I'm hearing the feather is down and locked now. So at this point, Spaceship Unity is a glider, so it's all about balancing her potential and kinetic energy. So if the pilots want to go faster, they point the nose down, and if they want to go slower, they bring the nose up. And right now I'm hearing the crew's listening to a special soundtrack for the glide. It's the latest release from Khalid, a track called New Normal. And all of us will get to hear that on Earth during our celebration, so stick around for that. I don't know about you all, but I am still feeling overwhelmed and excited about what we just witnessed. And there's one person in particular who's got to be having all of the feels right now. You can see him sending a congratulatory shake to his passenger, Colin Bennett, there with him. Let's see if we can connect with the crew again here.
Is manual dump to 200.
So, Richard, you just went to space. This has got to be the ultimate birthday present for you. What was it like? All right, folks, again, sorry, we're not getting that transmission through the live broadcast, but again, we do have lots of recording devices aboard the spaceship, and we will be sure to release some footage of Richard and the crew up there today.
Lifetime. That was truly one day still to experience it. It's a complete experience of a lifetime. And now I'm looking down at a beautiful spaceport. Congratulations to everybody for creating such a beautiful, beautiful place. Congratulations to all our wonderful team at Virgin Galactic for 17 years of hard work to get us this far.
All right, so I'm still happy we could catch a little part of that. It seems like there's a little bit of a delay in the transmission there. It does have a long way to travel, but you could tell by the smiles on their faces, they just had the ride of their lives. We are so excited for them to land and party the rest of the day with, like astronauts, in the typical Virgin fashion. So we are at 22,000 feet now and descending, and as I mentioned earlier, Unity is a glider at this point. So the pilots right now are discussing their energy management plan, and pretty shortly here they'll be meeting up with our chase aircraft with Jamil and Patrick to get some really cool visuals of Spaceship Unity. Now, as the crew and spaceship make their way across the desert, they are gliding over one of the most remarkable landscapes in the United States and the largest desert in North America, the Chihuahuan Desert. The area around Spaceport includes more than 6,000 square miles of restricted airspace and high desert, which is one of the reasons it was built here. And of course, our future astronauts will be able to take in so much of that natural beauty. And, you know, of course, we also have White Sands nearby. White Sands National Park is just to our east. It's visible right over the Black Range Mountains. White Sands, of course, has been the backdrop for so many films, commercials, and music videos, and it's known for having the largest gypsum dune field on the planet.
Khalid's music.
So also nearby is the Oregon Mountain Desert Peaks National Monument, and that's nearly 500,000 acres of protected land that our guest families will be able to experience. And even though temperatures can hit the triple digits in the summer here, we also have cool desert days. And fortunately, our pilots and crew can stay comfortable thanks to their spacesuits. They were designed with our technical spacewear partner, Under Armour, and they're absolutely beautiful, as you can see on the crew there. They're lightweight and made of flight grid knitted fabrics, which forms the spacesuit and also helps regulate their body temperature. So also to commemorate this flight from New Mexico, we reached out to the Zia Pueblo, who gave us permission to use their sun symbol on our spaceship. This symbol is also a part of the New Mexico state flag, and it's embedded with symbolic meaning. The number 4 is sacred to the Zia people, and the emblem represents the 4 directions, the 4 seasons, the 4 times of day, and the 4 phases of life. We are honored and proud to feature this perfectly balanced symbol on Spaceship Unity's tail cone, as we also celebrate our new home. Oh, you can see the chase in the background there outside of Richard's window. The pilots are coordinating with Chase now and discussing their energy management plan. They're at about 9,500 feet in altitude, and the runway out here at Spaceport America is around 4,600 feet in altitude. All right, we have 3 landing gear down and locked. Now the pilots are going to be landing on runway 34 today, so that's coming from the south and towards the north for those of you on site watching. And for the non-pilots tuning in, those numbers represent the first 2 numbers of the magnetic heading of the runway. So for example, 34 is 340 degrees on your compass. We are just about 1,000 feet above the field now and on final. 500 feet above the runway. 300 feet. Over the threshold. Main gear touchdown. And we're going to hold it just like this for a minute before bringing the nose down. Can see they're already celebrating inside there. And the nose is coming down now. Nose gear touchdown. And braking. Look at that incredible drone footage here as we come in. And there is full stop.
All right.
A perfect landing. Virgin Galactic 4 mission specialists on board from our operational home base, Spaceport America. A beautiful day of flight. What a moment. Congratulations to everybody on board, and of course our very own Spaceship Unity who returned to space today. And of course we also saw beautiful flying from our Eve crew, CJ and Kelly, and brilliant work by our Chase pilots, Jamil and Patrick, all of whom are still in the air right now. Great job to you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, there it is. More than half a century since the world rejoiced when humans first achieved spaceflight, Richard Branson fulfills his dream of experiencing space travel. Congratulations to Richard and Virgin Galactic. Congratulations also to Colin Bennett and Sirisha Bandla on becoming astronauts. And also a welcome back to space for David Mackay, Mike Masucci, and Beth Moses.
Well, stay tuned, folks. We will be hearing more from our astronauts later in the broadcast, and we also have a special musical performance to celebrate today's milestone. But first, let's hear some thoughts on the flight. Chris, you've returned from space several times now, both on a capsule and a space shuttle. How does this landing compare to the landings you've experienced?
Well, obviously, that's a much more gentle landing than a capsule on my Soyuz flight. The shuttle 2 times is quite similar to what the crew just went through. But for them, of course, it's such a personal experience now. And what are they going to do with this? How are they going to take this amazing view of the Earth that they've just had and the kind of brave new nature of what this whole team has just accomplished? How are they going to now make that part of who they are, and how are they going to share this experience with other people? You know, that's what's going through their minds right now. I'm just so proud of the whole team. That was an amazing accomplishment.
It was epic. And, you know, as somebody who has spent, what, like 4,000 hours in space, is it? Yeah. How do you feel about, you know, a space line for the Earth opening?
It's what I've been hoping that we've been able to do ever since I was a little kid, dreaming about it and during my space flights, so that the technology gets good enough and someone has the tenacity and the vision to push beyond all the resistance and the naysayers and to create a capability for, you don't have to be a professional astronaut for your whole life to see the world this way. I just couldn't be more proud of all the people that work at Virgin Galactic, and I'm just so delighted at what this open door is going to lead to now. It's a great moment.
Absolutely, certainly. And Kelly, I want to hear your thoughts too. And, also your daughter, Delta V, who is on site today, she's only 3 and she's also a huge space enthusiast just like you. How does this milestone affect her and what does that mean for her and also for you?
Yeah, I am still emotional from this flight. It is so amazing, a dry eye in the studio. But, when I think of my daughter on site, just like you said, it's like, this is what it's all about. It means the world to me. Not only that she was here to witness history today, but that she's going to watch me, her mom, become an astronaut. That's going to be normal in her mind. That's just another thing moms do. Of course, they go to space. And I just think that's incredible. She's going to grow up knowing that not even the sky is a limit. And I think the other thing that struck me is it's just such a powerful reminder of how much can change in a single generation. My mom is also on site here today. She's going to kill me for aging her, but when she was born, human beings hadn't yet been to space. And when she was growing up, women weren't eligible. And now here she is watching her daughter prepare for a space flight of my own. It gives me an early way.
Absolutely, and the moon landing is what inspired Sir Richard Branson, and so who knows what, Delta V watching today, what that's going to inspire her to do and other people in her generation. It's so incredibly exciting.
It is.
And folks, this is just the beginning. Virgin Galactic is a venture as a catalyst. It's the start of a whole new space age, which is completely different from the one before. Space was something that was unattainable by all but a very small group of people, and it was a preserve of government agencies for national pride. And this is totally different. It's the new space age, which is, for Kelly, for Delta V, for Chris, for me, it's for everybody. And, we're making it more accessible to the public. So I know, the full effect of what happened today will not be felt for some time, but it will touch many generations to come. Now, Chris, you were aboard the ISS for about 5 months at one point, right? Did the view out the window ever get old?
Gosh, no. At the end of my 5 months on the space station, we were getting back into our ship, just sort of like the crew returned today. And just before I got into my spacesuit, I went over to the window just to try and soak up a little more of that incredible perspective. The world is so generously beautiful. And you see it in a whole new way. You can see for thousands of miles in each direction. And you can see the curvature of our planet, and the reality of where we all live suddenly becomes part of who you are. And right up to the last second, I was there with my nose print on the glass, trying to not miss the magnificence of this entire experience.
Yeah, and you took like thousands of photos up there too, right?
Yeah.
Does that even give you a glimpse of what it was like as a reminder to be up there?
I know the video today was a little glitchy, but we've got all the recorders on board.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
What the crew's going to have now, of course, is their own personal memories, and then the way to sort of catalyze them again and be able to watch those videos and think about the beauty of what they've been through and let it sort of sink into who they are. And so, yeah, it really helped me now remember the richness of the experience. So it'll be great to see the videos that they recorded on board.
Absolutely, and that richness sticks with you too. And you have a TED Talk actually that you talked about, a lot of things, right? Overcoming fear, walking through spider webs, but also, my favorite part of it was when you talked about seeing Earth from above and the transformation that it has on people. We call it the overview effect that I really hope and I'm sure that our astronauts today experience. What was that like for you?
Yeah, I've been so lucky to see the world from that point of view, and as one of the very first human beings to have the responsibility and the privilege of being up there, and to have a vehicle like Virgin just put up today that is allowing more eyes than just my two to see it, to understand not just the geology of the world, but us on it. All 7 billion of us, and you know, we're on board this little spaceship of Earth, and you can actually get a palpable sense of that from on board the ship. And the crew of you know, Unity, their 22nd flight here today, they now have that inside of them. And all the subsequent crews. Kelly, when you fly as well, you're going to have a chance to sort of shift your permanent perspective of how all this works. Go from being a two-dimensional human to now suddenly really understanding the 3 dimensions and what this planet truly looks like. And it's going to do us all good. As many people can see that as possible.
Absolutely. And, you know, Kelly, I know you're going to be conducting a lot of experiments on board while you fly with Virgin Galactic, but I hope you're taking some time to look out the window and enjoy that too, right?
I'm going to have to carefully choreograph precious time at that window just to soak it in and enjoy the moment and be in the moment.
Definitely. And, you know, while we're waiting for our crew to disembark now, can you actually tell us a little bit about your experiments?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to be flying healthcare and fluid experiments on board my research flight. The first one is the AstroSkin. It's a wearable sensor system designed to monitor how spaceflight affects the human body. The cool thing about it is the AstroSkin is currently worn on board the International Space Station by astronauts, but my flight will be the first time that we're collecting data during launch, reentry, and landing. So I'm really excited to contribute to some novel data collection for the next generation of astronauts. Another experiment I'm flying is a fluid experiment designed to evaluate the behavior of liquid in a confined environment in microgravity. That's also going to be fun because I'm going to be interacting with a fluid cell that has a camera attached to it, and data collected from that experiment can help inform, you know, new technologies related to life support systems or novel designs for syringes for administering medicine in space. So I'm very excited for the opportunity to take my payloads with me to space.
Absolutely. Well, that's so cool. I am hearing that our Chief Medical Officer, Tara Castleberry, is approaching the vehicle now, and they are going to do a medical debrief with the crew. So we'll see that here momentarily. And our crew is actually going to join us later in the broadcast, where they will receive their astronaut wings. So, Chris, I'm sure you have a vivid memory of the day you received your wings.
Yeah, wings that we wear on our chest, they're a measure of a lifetime of work and purpose and personal accomplishment. And all of the different organizations, of course, have their own wings. But when I flew in space, it was the very that was on my chest. So that was a huge honor for me to have, you know, the Prime Minister of Canada to take these new wings that had minted to show a new human accomplishment, and then for me to have that as part of who I am for the rest of my life. And so it's a huge honor for me that I'm going to be part of that ceremony for these folks that just flew now.
I was just going to say, now you get to return that honor to the crew today. It's so exciting. I know you have a really important role to help present those astronaut wings, so we're all looking forward to seeing that. As our pilots and passengers prepare to make their way back to spaceport, let's hear a little bit more about our special musical guest who will celebrate their arrival.
Thanks, Veronica. And if you thought that was incredible, folks, someday you're going to tell your grandchildren that you were watching the live stream when Virgin Galactic and Richard Branson first launched into space. And they'll say, "We know, Mima, you've told that story 100 times. But then you'll say, even the part about Khalid performing the song New Normal for the first time? And then they'll sit up excitedly and they'll say, "Really? You were there?" And you'll say, "Yes." Because, ladies and gentlemen, here to debut his new single, New Normal, welcome to the stage El Paso's very own Khalid.
If on your way is never enough, though it's been tough for you, losing touch, but summer has its end sometimes. And although I can't promise you much, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. So you make it better somewhere in darkness, sitting you the hardest. No one predicted how far we came. It's not what you wanted. How fast time goes, living in the moment, taking you for granted. It's a new normal, it's up for us to live in it, not to understand. You find your ways, never enough. Though it's been tough for you, losing touch, but I heard summer has its end sometime. Although I can't promise you much, you'll be fine, you'll be fine. You unpick your pages, how the story goes, and this life is what you make it. It's out of your control, it's almost like you're screaming, but no one hears your voice, 'cause everything is changing. Yeah, yeah, 'cause everything is changing, and I can't stop a thing. Whoa, whoa, yeah, everything is changing. Yeah, oh, whoa, just yeah, 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 just take me back to the start. Just how is find your ways, never enough. Though it's been tough for you, losing touch, but summer has its time. Thank you, thank you. Woo. All right, this next song right here, it's the fun one. This one right here is called Better. Thank you guys for joining me. Love to see you shine in the night like the diamond you are. I'm good on the side, it's alright, just so me in the dark. No one's gotta know what we do. Hit me up when you're bored. Oh, nah, yeah. 'Cause I live down the street, so we meet when you need and it's yours. All I hear is nothing feels better than this. Nothing feels better. Nothing feels better than this. Nothing feels better. No, yeah. We got high. This is what you like, I'm in bed. Nothing feels. You say we're just friends, but I swear when nobody's fine. Hey, you keep my hand around your neck, we connect. Are you feeling it now? 'Cause I am. I got so high the other night, I swear to God, I'm from my feeling ground. Hey, hey. Back against the wall, this is all you've been talking about. My end, nothing feels better than this, no, no, yeah. Nothing feels, hey, hey. Oh, now, we got high, this is what you like, I'll admit, yeah. nothing. No, left, right. Take it back, bring it side to side, like that, like. No, left, right. Take it, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nothing feels, yeah. Nothing feels better. Nothing feels better. No, yeah. Now we got a heart to see what you like. Hey. Nothing feels better than this. Nothing feels better than this. Hey. Thank you. I have one more song for you guys. This one right here is called Talk. Hey, how you doing up there? Y'all good? All right. Can we just talk? Can we just talk about where we're before we get lost? Limit your thoughts, can't get what we want. Never felt like this before. I apologize if I'm moving too far. Can we just talk? Can we just talk? Figure out. Hey, yeah. Starting off right, I can see it in your eyes. I can tell that you want more. What's been on your mind? There's no reason we should hide. Tell me something I ain't heard before. Hey, you've been about it, and it's you want more. So stop about it. Can we just talk? Yeah, can we just talk? Talk about love before we get lost. Limit your thoughts, can't get what we never felt like this before. I apologize if I'm moving too far. Can we just talk? Can we just talk? Yeah. Oh, nah. Penthouse view, got some flowers in the room. I'll make sure I leave the door unlocked. I'm on the way, swear I won't be late. I'll be there by 5 o'clock. Hey, you've been about it, and it's me you want. So stop about it. Can we just talk? Can we just talk? Yeah, before we get lost, yeah, let me know. Before, if we're moving too far, can we just talk? Yeah. Can we just talk? Can we before we get lost? Yeah, let me know. Yeah, I've never felt like this. Yeah, but can we just talk? Oh my God, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Virgin Galactic. Thank you guys.
Put your phone down, Chris. We're ready now? Yep. Okay, great. Waiting on your go. Go. Didn't hear you. Go.
That was beautiful, man. I really enjoyed that. One of the lyrics in your new song was, I never imagined, I never predicted, how far we've come. And
yeah.
Look what we were just at here today. What did you think of the whole thing today?
Super nerve-wracking. Honestly, it's a dream to even be here, so I'm so thankful. And like you said, look how far we've came just as humanity. That was so memorable, so historic. We went to space.
But I mean, you are the youngest person ever to have reached, 20 billion streams, I think, on Spotify?
Yeah.
So where do you think we are in history? What does this mean for you?
For me, I'm so thankful. I'm so grateful. And